Hello, 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 hello. Hi, 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 hi. How is everybody today? We're gonna start with Twitch today. Hello, Blaze and Cloth and Kitten of Death. Hello, hello, hello. And on YouTube side, we got Guy, Blaze, Kitten of Death, Fluffy, and Kumo, who lives. I wanted to make a joke about there, like, unfortunately, but, you know, that's not how I really feel, so I can't even make the joke. Hello! How is everybody today? I'm gonna let it roll through its thing as we chat. Make the joke, no, but I'm Kumo's alive, unfortunately. I'm sorry. No, but I got told no balls, I had to make the joke. I mean, then again, in this economy, do you really want to be alive? Oof. Hello. How we all doing? True. I know. I'm funny. Haven't even back for streams. You had a busy week. I had a busy week too. Lots of people want my attention. Lots of people that I don't wanting my attention want my attention. Why is adulting so expensive? That's such a good question. Adulting is expensive. I mean, Sucker for Love is still, you know, the VOD is up. You can still go watch it. It's there. Okay. Okay, we're still on the first page. So we should be finishing this route tonight. This will be my last time playing this for the month. Next month we have 2 routes that I think are perfect for October. So we'll be going through those 2 at the very minimum. SHUTEN is going to be on Tuesdays. I've been back and forth about the schedule, but SHUTEN is what's going to take Dongan's place for next month. That's fair, Kitten of Death. It's not like Sucker for Love is over. There's plenty more of it. Okay, so we left off at like an interview spot. We were doing the snappy thingy. We go snap and we go infer on something, and it's like, yeah. So let's start looking around and interviewing people. We're dating Cthulhu, Kumo, on member streams. Well, technically we dated the black goat last weekend. Yuichi Kokuri is here. He's staring at the koi in the pond. Do you like the koi? Not really. I was just thinking about how much they're worth. How much they're worth. Nice typo. Nice typo game. Are you going to sell them? The one who took care of them is gone. Plus, I'm taking over everything from the house. Hey, yo, Kumo! Jesus. What I do with my possessions is my decision. Mizuno is still here, so he isn't really getting everything, though. Is he planning on killing Mizuno and taking it all for himself? What do you want? I just had a few things I wanted to ask you. What do you want to ask? The culprit's obviously Mizuno. This investigation is completely pointless. We won't know unless we try, will we? Okay. I would like to ask a bit about you. What's wrong with you? What could you possibly have to ask about me? You can't honestly believe I'd kill my own brothers. I mean, I kinda can, but... Me? I'm the heir to the Kukuri estate, Yuichi Kukuri. My brothers would never go against me, so their money is my money. I have no need to kill them to get it. It would be pointless. Then, were you close with your brothers? Huh? Never mind. There's no way you could be. Not with this selfish, self-absorbed attitude. Not even I could get along with this man. From your perspective, what type of person was your father? What could that have to do with Tsukishiro's murder? Well, taking into account the murder could be related to the Kukuri inheritance. It's obvious. He knew this would happen. That's why that insidious will exists in the first place. I mean, probably. He didn't trust anyone but himself. He was a greedy old man. A nasty old man, nothing good about him other than his money. Okay. Why would Mr. Kukuri leave such a will, though? It is something he would do. He's testing us to see who's worthy of taking over the Kukuri estate. Fair. If not, then why say the inheritance goes to the one that survives? Fair. Bring it on then, as if I'll lose to trash that hasn't taken the family vows. What are the family vows? Hold on, let me ask about that. Family vow? Oh, I can't snap at it. Okay. Yeah, isn't it obvious? We're not blood related. He chose me to be in his family. Interesting. He wanted a family. Such an old-fashioned human way of thinking. So, you were family only by contract? Got a problem with that? Family is family. The one to get the inheritance will be me. Is there anything else you've noticed about Tsukujiro's murder? That gun was from my father's collection. That gun? Which one? The one in the library or the one in Mizuno's room? Both. Only that old man would hold on to such an old antique of a gun. I'm sure Mizuno must have taken it from the room. Talking to you makes me sick. I'm going to my room. I don't have time for this. Go arrest that maid. Okay. Sure, buddy. I suppose I'll ask around a bit more. As I arrived at the entrance, Miyabi Shiratori happened to pass by. Out for a walk? I had time, so I figured I would go around the manor. Do you mean to question me? I have nothing to do with the inheritance and no reason to kill Tsukijiro. Yes, I know. I just want to get a handle of what was happening leading up to the crime. You were next to the scene after Ms. Mizuno and Mr. Doman, correct? So I was wondering if you might have noticed something others hadn't. I see. Despite being useless, you can still think of some things. Huh. But it's no use. It's pointless. The room I'm in is right by the library, so of course I'd be the first one there. I see. So that's why. I'd like to ask you about some other things as well. How long have you known the Kukuri family? Since Kiyomasa shut himself away on this island, I came here as his doctor. There was no shortage of people saying I poisoned him, but to me, Kiyomasa was an irreplaceable business partner. I want to know about that. A business partner, not a customer? I can call it what I want, right? It has to do with my business of medical practice. Fair enough. I believe both patient and business partner are accurate terms here. Okay. I don't know about that. Could it be that he had a side gig going with Kiyomasa Kukuri? What did you think when you heard his will? Honestly, I thought it was going to cause trouble. I just want to leave. That's my honest feeling. As a doctor, I see no value in the departed. Pointless. Absolutely pointless. Okay. Where were you around 7 when the gun went off? Do you suspect me? I woke up at 6 as always and was going through my routine in my room. Routine? I warm up with some yoga and gather my thoughts with meditation. After about an hour, I heard the gunshot. The maid's room is between mine and the library, so that's why I was able to hear the gunshot so well. And after that, I knew someone was heading to the library. The floor in the hall outside the room creaks, so I can tell when someone passes. I became curious, so I left my room to see what had happened. Okay. No? What was the gunshot like? What was it like? I'm no gun expert. It wasn't very loud. Maybe it was a compact gun. So it must have been the Derringer from Mizuno's room. Did I do this one? What was your impression of Kiyomasa Kukuri? Impression? Nothing notable. Business. He was just a customer. Interesting. That's what it means. What else do you want me to say? Oh, Jesus. Okay. How long have you known the Kukuri family? There are a lot of saying I poisoned him. You didn't? You too, then. You should see that logically there would be no merit for me to do it. Speaking with you is a waste of time, an absolute waste. Damn. Okay. Where did I miss something, though? Seasonal value on the departed. Gunshot. Oh, you can tell when someone passes. That sounds important. There we go. There it is. from 6 to 7. Was there anyone that was coming and going down the hall? No one. No mistaking that. Uh-huh. We already asked about him being a business partner. What I gained from killing him, I needed him to stay alive. He was a well-paying customer. I wanted him to live a long, fruitful life. Even he is after money. Oh, there it is, probably. Okay. Nice! Are you done? I would like to get back to my room. Yes, thank you. I suppose I'll go ask around a bit longer. Mizuno's standing where the suspension bridge was. Mr. Shimobe. What are you doing out here? I wanted to be alone. I suppose getting called a murderer over and over would be depressing. I'm sorry to bother you, but would you mind answering some questions? I really don't know anything. In order to discern that, I'd like to talk with you a bit. Could you tell me what happened this morning up to discovering the murder? As usual, I woke up before 6 o'clock and was cleaning the manor. It was around 6, I believe. I saw Master Tsukishiro got to the garden. And you really don't know anything about the gun found in your room? Now that I think about it, I may have seen it in the Master's room. It could have been a gun from the Master's collection. Okay. Tsukishiro was in the garden? Yes, there's no mistaking it. He went to the garden alone, but that's all I saw. You're obviously playing Warframe. Well, I hope you're having fun, Cloth. And I hope everybody that's hanging out's having fun. After that, I fed the koi and cleaned around the pond. Then I heard a bang, a popping noise. I went to see what it was, and on the right way, I ran into Mr. Domon. He said the sound came from the library. I met up with you after that, and the body was discovered. Huh. Please believe me. I would never. Of course I believe you, Ms. Mizuno. Believe me too. Thank you for your testimony. It should help. Alright, I'm definitely going for the booby-trapped house theory. You're beginning to see the case. Huh? I still don't really... Was there anything from the testimonies that stood out to you? Yeah, no one passing the room in the morning. Dr. Shiratori said that no one passed his room between 6 and 7 a.m., right? But how important is... Wait, no? No, I think you're on the right track. But we should investigate some more. Is there anything else? Ms. Mizuno said she saw Tsukishiro at 6 in the morning. Tsukishiro appears to have been in the garden. What did he have to do at such a time, though? The garden, huh? Let's be off. We may discover something. Do. What could Tsukishiro have come here for? Let's see. Guessing it's fine. Is there anything here that stands out to you? Here in the garden, the greenhouse? The Kukuri siblings seem to frequently go to the greenhouse. Could it be that he was doing something there? Let's see if he went in the greenhouse or not. We could tell that? Look, there's a decontamination arch in the entrance, right? There's a camera under there. The footage can be checked from the greenhouse console. Oh, neat. Let's go check it. Camera footage is always good. Is this the console? This appears to have control over the entire greenhouse. The security footage is also stored here. Ms. Mizuno saw Tsukishiro at 6 a.m. Can we see the footage from then? Of course. Let's have a look. Around 6, it should be this. It's Tsukishiro. What could Tsukishiro have come here for so early? Well, he can't see what he was doing from the security footage alone. Are there no other cameras? It appears to be just the one. Let's just have a quick look through the footage. There might have been someone else to come in here. Wait, that's us. That's the footage of us coming in just now. I don't think I need to snap on that. Wait a minute. But if that's the footage of us just coming in... Oh, no, I do. He never left. Wait a second. That doesn't really make sense, does it? There's footage of Tsukishiro coming in at 6. Then the next thing on the screen is us? When did he leave? The gunshot from the library was heard at around 7, so we should at least be able to see him leave before 7. Something strange appears to be happening, doesn't it? This could be the key to solving the case. Aha! Fantastic. Maybe there's a hidden exit or something. That'd be really cool. What did Tsukishiro come here for? And how did he leave here and end up dead in the library without being seen on camera? We may discover something here in the greenhouse. Let's keep looking. You should give it a look, great detective. Okay. Inagami, if you're not busy, then please help. You volunteered to solve the mystery, didn't you? Asshole. If it's become a burden, you could always quit. I'll see it through to the end. But when this is all done, I'm going to have you tell me about the founder case. I know. It's been 2 days since then. There had to have been a large seismic shift here. The order might be completely changed by the time we leave the island. What do you mean? I don't know. Let's focus on work ahead of us. Meow! I've had a bad day. I just needed to take a little bit of the catnip. I give the rest to him. I'm sorry. Don't bonk me. No. Where should we start? Well... The entire greenhouse is made of tempered glass and steel framing without windows. It would appear that there are no other exit points other than the entrance. Okay. We'll think about snapping that later. Such small, charming flowers, aren't they? The Kukuri siblings seem to frequent the greenhouse. Maybe they would come here to look at the flowers? Oh, the great detective hasn't realized it yet? A regular person might not notice, but surely you know the secret of the flowers. Secret of the flowers? You have some with you now, no? Huh? I don't have flowers. No, I mean the leaves. Wait, is this? Yeah, it is. Can I borrow that and take a whiff? No. If this is the material for grass, then it must be fairly dangerous. They aren't that bad. They're still sold as luxury item at specialty stores. What are they? Tobacco flowers. Tobacco? The history of this grass runs deep. People used to light the grass on fire and breathe the smoke for excitement. It is poisonous to us, though. In exchange for pleasure, the poison built up in the body. It's only usable in certain places, and full bans are called for yearly. Why would that be here? In order to cultivate it, you need to pass a strict order inspection. Recently, the inspection's become so strict, no one's passed it. So rather than cultivating it in secret like this is more convenient. So this flower is being grown illegally. We'd have to check if they passed the application. So it's no ordinary flower then. Well, we can safely assume the Kukuri siblings knew the truth of these flowers. Maybe they would come here to take care of the flowers? Or maybe to pocket some. By the way, illicit tobacco is sold for a pretty high price between heretics. This amount could go for millions. Okay. I know I'm going to have to snap at places sooner or later, but it's the console that controls the greenhouse systems. There are various items displayed on the screen. The security camera is among them. All systems appear to be controlled here, but what all does it control? Lighting system. What could this be? Well, let's look at it. That actually sounds important. Ah, haha. I tried pressing the button, but a password screen popped up. A password is needed to use it. I don't want to cause an error, so I'll leave it alone for now. Oh, I guess that's all I needed from there. What's this? What could this handle-looking thing be? There's a small notice on it. Open using this handle in power outages and when the lighting system is active. Interesting. So this handle is to manually open the door in case of emergencies? But what's the lighting system? That's gotta... Oh. The lighting system. Okay. Oh, the lighting system is what's displayed on the console. It was lighting, so I thought it might open the windows, but... Huh. It looks like it actually locks the automatic door. What could it be? I tried activating it, but it requires a password. It's a sturdy automatic door. A reinforced glass appears to have been used, same as the walls.
They should be stronger than they look, probably capable of shielding a bullet.
The entrance camera is facing the outside, not inside, above the decontamination arch. It's on the arch just outside the door. There's no way to leave without being recorded. But Tsukijiro can't be seen leaving the greenhouse. Did he leave from somewhere else?
But from where?
Maybe a window?
No, there aren't any windows anywhere. The entire greenhouse is made of glass, but it's all sealed. There doesn't appear to be anything like a vent or emergency exit either. There must be one of those secret rooms. There's no doubt that Tsukijiro came here. We have it on tape. He didn't show up leaving, so unless he teleported, he couldn't get to the manor. But teleportation requires a large sacrifice. Death.
Don't say such ridiculous things. Teleportation. Actually, I think I know the other place that needed to be snapped. So when we talked about this and their tobacco flowers, usable in certain places. The Kukuri siblings knew. So we remember the last time. Yeah, I had a feeling. Seizo's messages. The stuff from Seizo's journal must have been the tobacco. Maybe he was secretly taking leaves and selling them to people he knew? There it is. If you were to sell the tobacco, are you sure it would be to heretics?
Yes, both bootlegging and smuggling are strictly forbidden by the doctrine. Typical order members would never buy smuggled tobacco. So if people were to buy it, they'd be heretics. Or at least the ministry would recognize them as heretics immediately.
So Seizo was dealing with heretics. Both Yoichi and Tsukijiro frequently came here, so maybe they were too. Although this greenhouse belonged to Kiyomasa Kukuri. So maybe he was the one doing the illegal growing and smuggling. Could it be that maybe you knew about this all along?
No, I've never been in here before. They've given so many excuses for why I couldn't come in. I couldn't force it either. I did think there was definitely something they didn't want me to see, though. I'm fairly shocked myself. This is quite the treasure trove.
Something's fishy. This man had to have heard some rumor that the Kukuris were growing tobacco. Perhaps being the inheritance representative was part of your plan all along.
Don't glare at me like that. It's true I did hear fairly reliable rumors about Kiyomasa's activities. That he was committing some sort of crime.
I knew it. Then why didn't you do anything about it till now?
Wealthy people like him have countless rumors, including entirely fictional ones. You can't investigate the head of a nationally influential company on a basis of rumors.
Fair enough. Huh? Is that so?
But still, to be dealing with heretics. It's a good find. It was quite insightful of me to leave things to you.
Lol.
I think this is all I can investigate. It's almost time. Let's head outside.
Okay.
Did you find the answer for why Sukajiro came here at 6 in the morning?
The Kokiri siblings seem to come here for the tobacco. He has no reason to come here when they're all fighting about the will, and so early.
Not that I don't get the sudden urge from some grass. But even then, the lack of record of him leaving the greenhouse is troubling.
And the gunshot was unmistakably from the manor, so... Sukajiro must have gotten back to the manor by 7. Be it by someone bringing him there, or him going of his own will. Either way, he left the greenhouse somehow without being seen on the camera.
But how?
I don't know. Would it be okay if I look around the greenhouse a bit longer? I may find some other clue or hint.
Of course. As long as you're not late, you're free to do as you wish.
Thank you. Alright then.
This is the back side of the greenhouse. There's a hedge here and a fence over there. There doesn't appear to be anything, and it's narrow. Nobody would come here.
What is that? What is that on the ground? Also, interesting. Nothing at the hedge. Wait, there looks to be a string caught on a hedge branch. Come here. Oh, ho, 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 ho. At second glance, the color is wrong. Oh, this isn't it. Damn it. There doesn't appear to be anything out of the norm around here. Maybe since it's not usually traveled, the ground has no shortage of weeds. You could get right to the manor heading straight from here, though. Where are we relative to the manor? Could that window be... Oh! The library window. That slightly open window. The one in the library, right?
It would appear so.
Look, there's shoes under the window. I didn't notice when looking from the inside, but...
Those are definitely Shukajiro's shoes.
Nice find. Why would his shoes be in a place like this? The wall of the greenhouse we were investigating, exactly opposite the entrance. There's a cluster of bamboo growing here, separating the manor from the greenhouse. You were playing Hatsune Miku Crossworlds, waiting for the stream to start. It's a good game, and you're glad you got it. Well, Alex, I've seen that it looks like a good game. I'm glad that you're glad you got it. I know that Blaze was supposed to stream it earlier today, but he had some stuff come up, so he's streaming it Monday. And I'm still really excited because I made him probably the best thumbnail I've ever made. And I can't wait to see people laugh and react and stuff to it. Alright, so the only other thing I can think of about this string would be it's the same color as his clothing. Oh, no, that's not it either. There's gotta be something here, right? Oh, his clothes, not his corpse's clothes. I'm dumb. That thumbnail is glorious. I has so many Miku photos in my download folder now. It's not even funny. I did like, there's a bunch of, like statues, a bunch of my favorite ones just randomly. I think I outdid myself, really. This is it. Look, isn't this the same color fiber as Tsukujiro's clothes?
It would seem so.
The hem of his clothing was all torn up. Could it be that maybe it was caught on this and got torn?
That's the only explanation I can think of. However, the space between the hedge and greenhouse wall is terribly narrow.
Hello, Ethan! We're getting raided. Hello, 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 hello. Only 2 shinies. What'd you get? Neko is certainly curious as to what you got. Hisuian Growlithe in Legend ZA, and then hunted for an hour for an Inkay. Oof. 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 You have a shiny box of Legends in Scarlet and Violet. Cloth, that's nuts. You know, Inkay gets a lot of hate. A lot of it because of the way that it originally, like, evolved and stuff. But I think it's quite fucking adorable. It's cute. I would love to squish it. ZA comes out on the 16th? Yeah. Wait, what? You said Hisuian Growlithe in Legends ZA. You meant Legends Arceus. I gotcha. You wanted the shiny now so you could use it if you wanted to? Gotcha. Hello, Cherry. And on the Ethan raid. Interesting.
You're the one who wrote it wrong, not me.
Don't blame me. I read what you said. I know it comes out on the 16th. That's the day before Jar's birthday. My ZA comes out, and then my kids both have their birthdays, basically back to back. And then I have a feeling that the 3 copies we have pre-ordered are not going to be enough. I'm going to read this exactly as is. I'm not blaming you. I just didn't think or then read lol. That makes little sense. Had to go to GameStop and you can get the, yeah. Apparently a lot of places like are out of them already. You misspoke. I know. It's okay, Ethan. I'm giving you shit because it's funny. My kids have started playing video games in the last, like, week. The boys have been playing Minecraft. Baby's first video game, I suppose, on the Switch. And I have a feeling that I'm going to have to let them play ZA, because I think they'll be really into it, because they both really like Pokemon. I'm both, like, proud and sad. It's such a weird mix of emotions. Anywho.
The space between this hedge and the greenhouse wall is terribly narrow. Why would he be walking about in a place like this?
Maybe he left the greenhouse from around here.
What do you mean?
A back door. Maybe there's a secret entrance. There must be a hidden door around here.
Oh, that's quite the interesting theory. matter how hard we look, there isn't anything that could be a door.
But if there was a back door here, you could leave without showing on the camera. This string says there's an exit somewhere.
Oh, would you look at that? It's time.
Huh? Already?
You know who murdered Tsukishiro?
No, not yet. I do!
Well, the meeting's just for talking about the inheritance. It's not necessarily about finding the perpetrator. Yuichi and the others may not be intending that, though. Can you evade their pursuit and reach the truth?
Yes.
Let's see the great detective in action.
Yeah. The second inheritance meeting is about to begin. Even I have no idea how it will turn out. But I can say this. I have no desire to get caught up in anything else. So the correct answers must reveal themselves. But am I really up to the task?
Then the second Kaguri family inheritance meeting will begin. I, Inugami Kishiru of the Ministry of Justice, shall act as the meeting's moderator. I am impartial in this matter and will only lend my ear to the truth. When this meeting adjourns, I will make the final decision, so I encourage a cordial debate. Let's begin.
There is but one topic at hand. There is some among you not worthy of the Kaguri family inheritance. Yori Mizuno, it's you.
And how is she not worthy of the inheritance?
She murdered Tsukishiro. She murdered him to bump up her portion of the inheritance, thus making her a heretic. Banish her. I haven't done anything. At this rate, Mizuno will be made the culprit. She didn't do it. There's multiple pieces of evidence to back that up. Here we go. During the crime, her situation and the situations of the people nearby. Put it together and prove that Mizuno couldn't have killed Tsukishiro. Okay. Well, the first one... When the gunshot sounded, what was Mizuno doing? Well, we have her alibi. She was at the pond in the garden. She couldn't shoot Tsukishiro. But the other thing here... What is the testimony of someone who was nearby at the time? Wait. With her testimony alone, it's going to be denied as a lie. There should be the other testimony that backs this piece up. And that's going to be the doctors. Somebody near the crime scene said something curious. In order to get to the library, they must pass Shiratori's room, but I have Shiratori's testimony that no one passed. Mizuno didn't go to the library. Perfect. Got it. From these testimonies, the conclusion that we can draw is this. When the gunshot went off, she was feeding the koi. It couldn't have been her.
She's the one saying that. She could be lying. Strike that. She's undoubtedly lying.
No, it's not a lie. At 6 a.m., Dr. Shiratori was already awake, going through his routine. If someone passed his room, he would have heard the floor creaking. It's not possible to reach the library without going down that hall. And I have his testimony that no one went down it.
What? Is that true?
Yes, I did say that. So Ms. Mizuno's alibi is true, and she couldn't have been at the scene of the crime.
Well, that's only proof that she didn't go down the hall. But I saw it. The crime scene wasn't a sealed room. The window was open. If you say she was outside, then she went around the back and shot from the window. Isn't that right, Mizuno?
Fired from outside? That's not possible. Not with where his gunshot was. I hadn't even thought about it. That's true, it could have been done from the outside too. No, it couldn't. If the shot was fired from outside, the scene would be different. Exactly. This is obviously inconsistent with the truth. The piece proving this is his corpse. What's important here is the orientation. That's it. What's important is the direction his body fell in. Tsukijiro was shot in the right eye. The bullet didn't pierce through, so we can say he had to be shot from the front. If the victim was facing the window at the time of the gunshot, then he would have fallen face up toward the wall opposite the window. But when he was found, his head was pointed toward the window. So he couldn't have been shot from the window. Sure, dude.
I would like to speak. Go ahead. There is something I was wondering about. Dr. Shiratori stated that he could tell if someone passed in front of his room, but
I absolutely would. I would hear the footsteps.
That statement feels off.
Oh, and why is that?
If that is true, then how did the victim, Tsukijiro, enter the library? Dr. Shiratori said no one passed down the hall.
He came in through the window.
The truth is that Tsukijiro died in the library. So what I'm trying to say is, Dr. Shiratori's testimony is unsuitable evidence.
Oh, so you're implying I'm a liar then?
No, simply that you may not have noticed someone going down the hall. But the fact that you may not have noticed makes your testimony faulty. So there could be the possibility you didn't notice the perpetrator as well.
Did Shiratori not notice Tsukijiro passed down the hall? I guess not. This piece proves that. Well, that's gonna be... this one. The window. What's important here is the shoes outside the window. Yeah! That's it. The shoes were outside the window, so... Tsukijiro's shoes were laying outside the library window. He most likely came in through the window, not the hall. So this would speak against Dr. Shiratori's testimony being faulty.
Tsukijiro came in from outside.
He was seen going out to the garden by Ms. Mizuno at around 6.
That testimony is false to begin with.
No, at the same time, Tsukijiro showed up on the greenhouse's security camera. He appeared to have some reason to go to the greenhouse. There's only one thing about that bothering me.
Go ahead, Shiratori. You may speak.
Mr. Witness Detective. If you check the security footage, there should be a bit of truth you picked up on. A bit of truth? Oh, you mean... The bit of truth was that he wasn't shown leaving. Hi, Cryo. Tsukijiro wasn't shown leaving the greenhouse. Yes, I just checked for myself, too. I want pie. For some reason, he was shown entering the greenhouse, but not leaving. Also, I believe you all already know this, but... there's no way to leave the greenhouse other than the automatic door in the front. That's not true. How do you interpret this oddity? If he had never stepped one foot out of the greenhouse, it would flip the whole case upside down, don't you think? That would make the maid's alibi irrelevant. She could be the perpetrator. So it was Mizuno? No. Explain that, detective. If you can't prove this, then it would mean she did it. Well... here we go. How did Tsukijiro head to the manor without showing up on the security footage? This is the main issue with this case. But I should reach the answer by carefully putting the gathered pieces together. Oh, that's a lot of pieces, actually. The other items Tsukijiro left behind. During the investigation, we found an article left behind by Tsukijiro that shouldn't have been seen normally. That's going to be the string. There has to be a clue to solve the mystery. That'll be the thread caught in the hedge. For some reason, the thread was the same color as Tsukijiro's clothes. It was behind the greenhouse. And then... the proof that the fabric fibers belong to him, the information needed to prove it was from him, is his clothing, which was torn. What's important here is... his clothes are ripped, yeah. There's no doubt, the torn part got caught on the hedge behind the greenhouse. So Tsukijiro was walking behind the greenhouse for some reason. What entrance did Tsukijiro use? If there was a back door to the greenhouse there, then he could secretly get out. The door Tsukijiro used was... well... the automatic door. That's how he got in. There was only one door to the greenhouse, the automatic one. If that's the case, he couldn't have left through the automatic door. How did he exit the greenhouse via the auto door? There's only the door facing the garden. There isn't... wait a minute, that was a crank on the side. What if the glass of the greenhouse rotates? That'd be really fucking cool. Like if the whole walls rotated. That'd be fucking neat. There's only the door facing the garden. There isn't one to the back. So how did he get out through the back? Well, the lighting system, right? Yeah. By using that system. entire greenhouse rotates. That's so fucking cool. That's so cool. That's it. If there's no automatic door on the back, then you simply move the door itself. The greenhouse must be made to do that by the lighting system on the console. The lighting system must be to efficiently let sunlight into the greenhouse. It's to rotate the greenhouse, letting in the most sunlight for the season or time. Oh, that's cool. Ah! No, Bunky. What proof is there that the automatic door could be used when the lighting system is on? Could you really get out through the door with the greenhouse rotated? That handle. If you can't leave until the greenhouse returns to the front, this theory won't work. That couldn't be because of what was written there. The manual handle. Yeah! There was a caution note near that handle. Open using the handle in power outages and when the lighting system is active. So, when the greenhouse rotates, it's possible to go through that door. When the system is active, the automatic door most likely locks. So you would need to open the door manually with that handle. Got it. From these testimonies, the conclusion we can draw is this. Beautiful. Beautiful. Maybe Tsukijiro rotated the greenhouse.
How would you...
Oh, the greenhouse rotates. What does that mean? That greenhouse has a lighting system. This lighting system does what its name implies, direct sunlight to the plants. Meaning the building itself can rotate 180 degrees. When the system's active, the automatic door is locked and you can't get in. However, if someone was already inside, they might end up trapped, so the door can be opened with the manual handle. If you open the door via the manual handle and exited with the greenhouse rotated, you could exit and go to the manor without being seen by the camera in the arch.
Lies, what proof could you have?
Oh, I have proof. There was some fabric caught in the hedge where it would have rotated. This was from when Tsukijiro's clothes were caught and torn by the hedge branch. Why would he go to a place no one ever goes near? This is perfect proof he rotated the greenhouse and exited. Yeah! Ugh. Wait, why would he go through all that trouble to get to the library? I want to hear a good reason for that.
Yeah, Tsukijiro's the victim here. Why would he be doing anything that suspicious?
That's most likely because Tsukijiro's motive was most likely to kill Mizuno, right? You would like right? He probably was trying to use the greenhouse camera to make an alibi. Alibi? By leaving the record of him entering the greenhouse at 6 and not exiting, he could have believed there would be proof that he was in there the entire time. When in reality, he rotated the greenhouse left and headed to the library. With the intent to murder Ms. Mizuno.
What?
Tsukijiro was attempting to murder Ms. Mizuno using a gun. Yuichi, is it true that the gun in the library was from your father's room?
Yes.
Yesterday, I saw Tsukijiro leaving Kiyomasa Kaguri's room. He most likely took the gun then. There was a peephole made in the back of the library bookshelf. The peephole was bored into Ms. Mizuno's room.
A peephole, really? I saw it as well. There's no mistaking it.
But Ms. Mizuno was already in the garden at the time, so she avoided being killed. And then Tsukishiro was in turn murdered by someone else. Wait a second, what you're saying doesn't make sense. He tried to kill Mizuno, but was killed instead. Then wouldn't that make Mizuno the culprit? Tsukishiro's murder is not Yori Mizuno. No, that can't be. When the gun fired, Ms. Mizuno was in the garden. That maid could just be saying that. Maybe she was actually in her room. No, there's no mistake that she wasn't in her room. Otherwise, she would have run into Mr. Shiratori when she left the room. True, she came down the hall from the opposite direction.
Then what? Tsukishiro was shot to death from an empty room?
Well... Shot to death from an empty room. Maybe we've made a grave mistake.
What? What's up? What are you thinking? Could it be that you see it? The truth of this case?
Yeah, I just got it. Who? Mizuno, right? Right? The one who shot Tsukishiro was... nobody. It wasn't anybody. What are you saying? That he was shot despite nobody being there? No. The evidence we've collected so far reveals the truth. Nobody pulled the trigger. It was nobody because it was a trap. A trap. Tsukishiro was shot dead by a trap set up in advance.
Although I'm sure a trap meant to shoot someone in the face is hard to imagine. Do you have an idea of what such a trap would be?
A trap? How much of it can I envision? This should be pretty easy too. The trap that took Tsukishiro's life. If I can line up all the pieces I've gathered, I should be able to see the trap. Let's go over each weapon and the state of the murder scene. Ooh. Sorry about that. Let me grab a drink. Okay. Let's work on this one. What was the weapon used to kill Tsukishiro? The weapon that killed Tsukishiro was the Derringer. He was shot dead with a gun, and only the Derringer had traces of being fired. So it must have been the Derringer that killed him. Where was the gun planted? The trap would need to have been set up in somewhere in advance. Where would the gun have been placed? In Mizuno's bookshelf. Yeah, Peephole Maid's room. The Derringer was laying in Mizuno's room. So it had to have been set up in her room. It couldn't have killed Tsukishiro in the library from her room, though. However, there was a peephole in the library bookshelf connected to her room. If positioned in Mizuno's bookshelf at the peephole, it could have killed him. What did Tsukijiro try to use from the library to kill Mizuno? Tsukijiro came to the library to kill Mizuno but got killed by a trap instead. So he tried to kill her while she was in her room from the library. And that would be the peephole on the library side, right? In order to take aim at her in the next room over, he used something. That peephole, I don't know who made it or when, but Tsukijiro appeared to have known about it. So he entered the library intending to shoot Mizuno through the peephole. What was the switch that activated the trap? That'd be the bookmark string. What was the switch that triggered the trap that killed Tsukijiro? Drawing on everything I figured out, I can feel a theory coming. Oh, no! Oh. The book. The book was the trigger. Whoopsie! Book. There we go. What did he do with the book? I will sippy in a second. He took the book off the shelf. He tried to look for Mizuno through the peephole to shoot her. There would be a book blocking the hole, so he would have to have moved that. He would put his eye up to the hole as he pulls the book. But the book was the switch, so he was shot in the eye. How are the trap trigger and the gun connected? Now that's the bookmark thing. The book that was the switch and the gun still haven't been linked yet. Why would pulling the book fire the gun? Something was connecting the book to the gun, and that was the bookmark. There we go. The bookmark string left in Mizuno's room. The bookmark string in the book was tied to the trigger of the gun. The end being tied into a loop is also proof of it. The bookmark string used as the trap switch is very short and it's cut. This was the marker from that book. Got it. From these testimonies, the conclusion we can draw is this. Yay! Nice. I've got it. I know the type of trap that killed Tsukijiro.
Great, let it out then. Let's hear your elegant theory.
After leaving the greenhouse, Tsukijiro entered the library via the window. And to look through the peephole to Miss Mizuno's room, he went to pull out a book. However, that book was the trigger to set off the killer's trap. The marker from that book was connected to the gun in the other room through the peephole. That gun, the Derringer, was set flush with the other side of the hole. And when Tsukijiro pulled the book, the marker string pulled the trigger and the bullet was fired, hitting Tsukijiro. He got hit in the right eye just as he was trying to peer into the peephole. That's the truth behind this case.
There's no way.
No. No, no! Ah! perfect.
This was it. This was my chance to trap Mizuno.
This man, he tried to make Mizuno out to be the culprit knowing it wasn't her? I see. If someone were to look into the hole, they would be killed. But the problem is, who did it? Who was it that set up the trap?
The gun was set up on the maid's bookshelf, right? Then the answer is clear. The culprit must have been... Yeah, it had to have been Mizuno.
No, it wasn't me.
So you're saying that you were in that room not knowing there was a trap in it?
Yes, I had no idea, really. It's the truth. I don't think it's too hard to believe she didn't notice. The peephole was hidden between two books.
So you
side with her not setting the trap then. The neutral witness sure is siding with one person a lot.
Bitch, why you late?
I think she'd be the most suspicious from an impartial perspective.
No matter how you look at it, it had to be Mizuno.
I am only saying that it could have been anyone that set the trap up. I don't think it's fair trying to make Mizuno out to be a scapegoat. That is a good point. Anybody could have set it up while she was out of the room.
I don't accept it. She set the trap. Someone cast her out now. I won't give any of that inheritance to that woman.
Oh, Yoichi.
He's fine. I didn't hit him that hard. However, how are we going to continue the meeting? Let's adjourn the second Kukuri family inheritance meeting here. The third Kukuri family inheritance meeting shall start an hour earlier tomorrow. After all, the time limit's tomorrow at 12. Let's begin an hour before that. Well then, let's break for now. The second Kukuri family inheritance meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Woo! With that, the second Kukuri family inheritance meeting was adjourned. I've gathered a greater part of what happened here, but the one who carried out Tsukujiro's murder is still a mystery. Who could have? Glancing at everyone standing up, I sat there unable to move for a bit, and I came to find myself alone in that hall.
You did great, right? I think you actually have a knack for detective work.
Maybe I do have a knack for it. True. When God's trial is over, maybe I should quit being the founder and be a detective. The sound of a door sliding shut. Ms. Mizuno. What is it? Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Were you speaking with someone? No. Himuro and Mikitoro seem to have hidden themselves. That's a relief. But still, the meeting was rough. It seemed like everyone was out to get you. But you stuck up for me till the end. Why would you do that for me? I'm not sure. I don't really even know myself. But the words just flowed out of me naturally. I couldn't just stand there and let it happen. You seemed like you would start confessing even though you didn't do it. Then the one that should be confessing would have gotten away with it. That would be unforgivable. I see. I couldn't allow it. The person that killed me, just going on with life with no consequences? The most likely culprit, Kishiro Inugami. But for someone like me... Can you stop the someone like me thing? Don't deny the truth just because of someone like me. It doesn't matter to whom it is. You should express yourself. Status or environment are irrelevant. You are no different than them. Right? But someone like me, didn't we just tell you to knock that shit off? He said it again. Really, it seems putting myself down has become a habit. Take more pride in yourself. Fight this absurd situation. You've also been fighting, haven't you? And I'm still fighting now. Oof. What's absurd is being murdered and coming back so incomplete. Shut up. Is someone there? No, I meant that the world needs to shut up. Anyway, would you mind spending some time with me? Spending some time? With you? I still don't know who the murderer that set the trap in your room. I would like to look around Kiyamasa's room to flush them out. Oh, I see. Of course. She's got a crush on us. She doesn't realize we're a woman. The culprit would have sneaked into Kiyamasa's room to steal the gun. They might have left some clues behind. So please, help me with the investigation. But for someone like me to... Okay. I used to frequently go into the master's room, so I might notice if anything's different. The room is this way. I'll lead you there. Thank you. That's a lot of guns. This is an investigation, right? Yeah, that's right. I'm a little nervous. This is my first investigation. Is there anything different than it used to be? No, not yet. Everything's the same. Okay. There's medical equipment left out. Kiyomasa must have used it. A bed must be where Kiyomasa slept. This book is The History of Sacrifices, Part 2? Long ago, the country aiming to maintain global harmony. Sacrifices have already been mentioned, but... Are these the sacrifices Mikotaro was talking about? There are a lot of difficult books, many about economics, chemistry, botany. Okay. This desk drawer is locked. Ooh. Okay. Where could the key be? I'll need to find it. Mizuno looks like she has something to say. Maybe snapping on Mizuno's piece will provide some help. Okay. It seems she's looking around for anything that might be unusual. An unbelievable amount of guns. This must be the collection Yoichi mentioned. Let's see what else is on the desk. An old picture? It's of a young woman, maybe his wife that passed? She looks kind of like Mizuno. Oh, interesting. Do you know this woman? I've heard it was the master's late wife. She passed long before I started working here, so I've never met her. They got married before the master became successful. He was poor, so it was hard on her. It's thanks to her he was diligent with his work. Yet despite his success at work, she passed away. Is that so? The woman in the photo is dressed fairly modestly. So he was frantically making money for her. But his wife's death turned the means into the end, and he spun out of control. And that might have led to the illegal tobacco growing and smuggling. Let's see if we do have something. It said we might have to ask Mizuno. This is the most recent thing of Mizuno's that we have. Let's try this. Mr. Shimobe, I thought it might be out of place, so I didn't say anything, but that drawer isn't locked. It just sticks. Is that so? I'm sorry. I thought I'd get yelled at for speaking out of turn. How sad. How poorly must she have been treated up till now. Getting yelled at over everything is how you wither away like this. No, thank you for telling me. So how do we open it? Right, the master would lift the desk up like this. It opened. Was I of some help? Of some help? I would have given up without you. Thank you. No, I apologize I didn't say anything sooner. What are you talking about? I should have asked. Alright, the contents then. It's the master's journal. He often wrote in it when I started working here. I wonder if it's okay to read it. It bothers me a little, but it's for the investigation. The doctor came for that drug today too. He demands a lot despite being no help. The doctor has been trying to get me to say how I make that drug. He could never wrap his head around what's happening in that greenhouse. That drug, is it not the tobacco? Is there still some secret with the greenhouse? I can feel myself weakening. To think I would get this frail. It's probably the drugs I've made, but they've allowed me to achieve wealth. However, handing over that treasure to my sons after death is worrying. Is there any way I could change inheritance laws? I'll have to ask Inugami. I was told changing the law wasn't possible, but he did suggest a will. I see. That's a good idea. Now I can stop worrying. But what would Yori think? I can never be grateful enough for her. The character try was written in deep red on the next page. What is this? Ms. Mizuno, do you have any idea what this is? I'm not sure. It's the master's handwriting, but it feels like it has some sort of grudge imbued in it. Maybe I did something to make him resent me. No, he only wrote with gratitude when talking about you. Master. She must be flustered after seeing that disturbing page in Kiyomasa's diary. Kiyomasa probably wanted you to receive the inheritance. So be proud and accept it. I'll watch over you, so let's go tomorrow together. Oh, okay. Yoichi, please reconsider. Yoichi! Was that voice Miki? It sounded like it came from the garden. Let's go see what's going on. Yoichi, open this now. Is something the matter? Oh, the phony detective. Yoichi said he's staying in the greenhouse till 11 tomorrow to shut up in there. Because it's safe in the greenhouse. Huh, I see. I suppose that's true. What are you talking about? If anything happened to him, all the inheritance would go to that foul woman. I couldn't stand that. If that's how it is, then... Stop. Are you mad? If you commit a crime, then the entire inheritance will be taken away. You're right. Thank you. That calmed me down. Anyway, I'm gonna wait patiently till tomorrow's meeting. I'm looking forward to it. Inheritance. Yoichi is locked up in the greenhouse. I hope nothing happens. The condition for receiving the inheritance is to survive until noon tomorrow. Then Mizuno might also be in danger. We'll watch over her all night. Ms. Mizuno, I'll keep watch outside your door for the night. So if you try not to worry and get some sleep. I couldn't accept that. I don't want to be a burden. I'm just sitting in the hall for a few hours. I've experienced far worse. Don't worry about me. Thank you. I'll take you up on your kindness then. Please watch over me. My prince. Aw, yeah, she's got a crush on us. Huh? It's nothing. Nothing. Night is quite long. And of course, whenever I'd like to have someone to talk to, those two are gone. Anyway, once tomorrow's meeting ends, I can get back to the real problem. There shouldn't have been any need to get caught up in this unrelated case at all. I don't have time for this. What am I doing here? please watch over me? That may be all the reason I need to be here. That made me happy. Maybe even my hollow self can be of use to others. I don't want to lose anything else. I'm going to overcome tomorrow and get myself back. For sure. $165 remaining until the end of the world. Huh? Ooh, close one. I was about to fall asleep. It's okay. I can stay up. Plus, the sun's starting to come up. Somebody. Help! Somebody help! Uh-oh. Was that Mr. Domon? Who was... Ah, Ms. Mizuno. Thank God you're safe. I am fine. But was Mr. Domon just yelling something? It came from the garden. Let's go take a look. Mr. Domon, what's the matter? Mr. Detective, someone needs to help. It's Yoichi. Or what appears to be Yoichi's collapsed in the greenhouse. Let's go check. It won't open. That's why I was checking with the ladder. I saw. It won't open. The door seems to be locked. This hasn't ever happened before. Why would it now? We're gonna have to pry it open. Mr. Domon, do you have any tools that can help? If we can get this between the doors. Let's try it. It opened. Oh no! Holy. I mean, the whole like dongan sound, yeah, needed to be played right there. Holy fuck. Both his arms are severed and his head is decapitated. Holy cow. Yoichi. How many is this now? The shivering legs, bone-dry throat, the ringing like an alarm. It's a dead body. Once again, I lay eyes on a deceased person. Oh no, is it Yoichi? No, that can't. The response was reasonable. At a glance, no one would have thought it was Yoichi Kakuri. The body was scattered around the foot of the goddess statue. Both arms were severed and the head had come clean off. It glared at me, laying in the middle of the greenhouse with a look of spite. What happened?
Goodness, he certainly seems dead.
Hello, Super Jake. Welcome in.
Though you don't need a doctor to tell you that.
Hey, what is going on here? Yoichi? Oh. Poor Miki. Yoichi's wife. It's alright. She'll recover in time. I'll see to her. Mr. Tomon, please carry her to the manor. You got it. Everyone, please get no closer to the scene of the crime. Ray Shimobe, are you ready? What? You're gonna investigate, correct? Oh, right. It's a little late to try to run from this now. If I give up now, I'll lose everything and be reduced to ash. I need to face this. I need to face the one behind the Kakuri family murders. I'll assist, of course. Letting this go would be a slight to the ministry. You running already? I see how it is. Have a good night. And let us begin, Mr. Great Detective. We have to be quick with it. The third inheritance meeting begins in just 3 hours. Nobody will be satisfied with the succession if the culprit's left on the loose. We have to find evidence and the one responsible before the meeting begins. It's the goddess statue in the middle of the greenhouse, armed with a sword and shield. I only thought of it as a decoration up till now, but looking down on the body, sword in hand, looks more like a demon than a goddess. There's blood on that sword. The statue seems different from before. This iron sword was being held straight up before. For some reason, it's being held horizontally. I said run? Did I say run? I don't know. Maybe. Upon a closer look, the blade has bloodstains on it. Why would there be... Could this sword have been the weapon used to kill Yoichi? If all other possibilities are ruled out, however unlikely, what's left is the truth. Shimobe, climb up there and see if you can take the sword. Okay. Even at my height, I can reach it, but I can't. It can't be separated from the statue. I see. So it's attached to the goddess's arm then. That's all then. Thanks for trying. I can't see a possible murder weapon other than this, but it does appear to be quite sharp for a mere decoration. Looking closer at this. Though the sword swung down, the side facing the ceiling has bloodstains on it. Why the edge facing the ceiling? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Herbal fusion, yummy, yummy. The security camera. We may be able to see someone coming and going from that. I really doubt the culprit would be unaware of the camera, though. Let's check the footage anyway. This is yesterday at roughly 4:30. Yoichi entered the greenhouse to protect himself. Miki tried to stop him, and I happened across her making a scene. There isn't anything shown after 4:30. So up to the time of the crime, nobody entered or left the greenhouse. That we know of, at the very least. don't think... Yeah, I think I need to snap here. We don't think anybody else entered or left. Or wait, maybe not. If the lighting system was on and the greenhouse rotated like with Tsukijiro, then someone could have gotten in without showing up on the security footage. Inagami, can we see the lighting system's logs from this console?
Sure, there does appear to be a lighting system log option on the screen. But in order to check that, we need the password only the administrator would know. Oh. For some reason, the log is accessible. It would appear that someone used the password to put it in administrator mode. This is quite an opportunity. Let's check the logs.
January 3rd, system start 6:40 and 6:50. Autocorrect 7:20 and 7:30. January 4th, system start 1:30 and 1:40. Autocorrect 2:10 and 2:20. The log from the 3rd must be when Tsukijiro moved it. Then it also appears to have rotated at 1:30 last night. Why would it turn on in the middle of the night?
The console can only be operated from the inside. It could have been Yoichi rotating the greenhouse for some reason.
Maybe he tried to leave without anyone noticing like Tsukijiro did?
Or perhaps he was letting someone in. In other words, the culprit.
Based off yesterday's events, I doubt he would let just anyone in. He was pretty worked up. Maybe the lighting system was used for something other than entering or leaving? I can't imagine it was used for the typical lighting in the middle of the night. Is there still some secret with the greenhouse? Something is on the ground next to the body.
Oh, what could that be? Something of Yuichi's? Let's look inside. Lipstick with a broken cap, a cracked compact, some medicine, other cosmetics. Judging on the content, this belonged to a woman.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah. Wouldn't it be wrong to just assume this belonged to a woman?
True. I apologize. It'd be perfectly fine if it belonged to a man. I suppose that was close-minded. Don't hold it over me. The owner of this is an important detail.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Could this be?
Being that it's a murder scene, it would be difficult to assume this is unrelated. First, we need to find out who it belonged to.
This is horrible. Both arms and his head have been severed. His legs are still intact.
That tasted purple.
Purple. His legs are still intact, so I suppose it's not quite how I was, but...
A dismembered body. I can't help but think of that case.
Yeah.
Oh, we can assume this is unrelated to that case.
How can you be so sure?
The torso's been left behind.
Fair enough.
With that case, the culprit dismembered the body and took the torso for some reason.
That's right. My torso still hasn't been found yet. You have 136 hours and 15 minutes in watch time on my stream, Cloth? Well, thank you. Why was it just my torso taken? Anyway, I can't think about that now. I need to focus on this case. It was the same with Seizo and Tsukishiro, but this one is also quite gruesome.
The arms were both severed relatively close to the shoulders. I can't find any other visible trauma.
Oh, interesting. No other visible trauma means he was dismembered alive?
We can't be certain, but the dismemberment very well could have been the cause of death. The cuts on his clothes and the ends of the arms are all parallel. It would appear to have been severed fairly quickly.
Interesting.
Is that something in the pocket of Yoichi's pants? Would you be so kind to check for me?
Huh, me? Fine. There doesn't seem to be anything here.
Take a closer look.
Wait, there's something small. What's this?
It's a capsule pill and it appears to be empty. Capsules typically contain a powdered drug, but it could have been taken out already or was about to be filled. Also, why would Yoichi have this to begin with? Quite the mystery.
Okay. Open using this handle in the power outages when the lighting system's active. Neither of those are applicable this time, so why was the door locked then? When Mizuno and I came over after hearing Domon, this door was locked from the inside and couldn't be opened. So we had to pry it open. We only found the body within. The culprit was nowhere to be seen. There are no exits other than this door. It's a sealed room. I think I was supposed to snap that. It's locked from the inside. Yeah, this one. Haha, yes. Evidence set. The lighting log. But why was the door sealed shut in the first place? Would it be because the lighting system was activated? But the lighting system would automatically shut off and rotate the greenhouse back. Then there must be another reason for the auto door staying locked. After all, it's not a perfectly sealed room. From the inside, one could exit by turning the manual handle. There may still be some secret to the greenhouse. Haha! The time for the meeting is getting close. Have I checked everywhere possible?
Oh, your work's not finished yet. The darkest place truly is under the candlestick. Look, why don't you check the back of the statue's base?
The back of the base? Oh! Oh, what is this? This wasn't here yesterday.
There truly was a secret exit. I didn't notice a hollowed area in the base when I was tapping on it yesterday. It's most likely covered in a special material to keep it well hidden. There must be something they really don't want to be seen then.
Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Through the statue, secret, 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 secret tunnel. The fruit house from Danganronpa case comes to mind. Little bit.
It's exciting, isn't it? The ladder seems to lead underground. Let's go look.
Wait a moment. The culprit could be waiting for us in there.
And that's why you're going first.
What? Why?
Oh, there's no need to worry. If my suspicions are correct, the culprit's already gone.
Really? What should I do? Would it be safe? Can I go down? Yeah. Yes, we can. There's no time for second guessing. Let's go. Wow. What is this place?
Wow, to think there'd be such an obviously suspicious place under the greenhouse. From what I can tell, it's some sort of secret research lab.
Wow, this just gets more and more exciting, doesn't it? What do you think this place is?
Oh, let's check out those machines. We may just discover something.
Oh boy. The first thing that sticks out to me is actually this. What could this poster be? A cross-section diagram of the basement lab? Judging from the diagram, there seems to be an even larger void underneath it. The depth is... what? 200 meters, 2,000 meters underground. Jesus!
I see, so that's it then. Look, the way to open the secret entrance on the statue base is illustrated here.
Well, show us.
First, there's locking the greenhouse. Then there's lowering the statue's sword.
I got it. That's how the lighting system activated.
Huh? What do you mean?
I was wondering why the lighting system would be on in the middle of the night. If that's on, the door auto locks. So it needed to be on to enter the underground lab.
Right, I see. So on top of locking the greenhouse, lowering the sword, that sword would act as a lever switch then. Probably. Who would have lowered the sword to open the entrance?
The question is, who tried coming down here and for what? Uh-huh. Something's on the floor. Just a note. Yeah, what kind of note? There's something written on the back of it. Scarlet writing. I've seen this distinct handwriting somewhere. It's the same as Kiyomasa's journal. It looks like it says boo, but what could it be referring to? Huh. They aren't any machines I'm familiar with. I can see some eerily colored liquid in the glass container.
Must be a machine for making pharmaceuticals. The main machine for drug production. The screen's displaying an error. The attempted production failed, it would seem.
Oh, we'll go back for now. Maybe there's something else we need first. This looks like it could be a journal.
Have a look at this. The details for what's being produced here are listed.
Thank you, Cloth. No thank you. Bye.
This is a huge breakthrough.
You seem oddly excited. What were they making?
A special chemical agent using nicotine as a major component.
Oh. That's tobacco. Nicotine?
The stimulant found in tobacco. So special pharmaceuticals were made here using tobacco as a base.
Special pharmaceuticals.
Most likely. Virus. It's an illegal narcotic that's been circulating amongst the heretics. Recently, a highly refined liquid narcotic called virus has become mainstream.
That's the drug that's become pretty popular with heretics.
Right, to them, it's some sort of ritual item required to get closer to their god. Virus is supposed to sharpen the body's senses, making one closer to their god.
That god is our god, right?
Of course, that god. For us, it's a god worthy of our hatred.
Hatred?
God is unfathomably selfish, ever toying with our fate. Starts a civilization on a whim, only to destroy it. Not even the oceans or land are safe.
What is going on?
Something that ruins the order of nature, that god. The SHUTEN order rose to separate us from that terrible god. What's wrong? Is this not interesting to the liberal private detective?
No, well...
The heretics still believe in that god. They pray that the power of God may manifest within them. Virus is a shortcut for that. How ridiculous.
Wait a moment. So to us, God is heresy?
That's a pointless question. To the SHUTEN order, God is the enemy. Thus, those that believe in God are also the enemy.
Could I get you guys to put a few extra emotes on to get that off the screen, please, maybe? Thank you. You bed? Okay, good night.
Thus, those that believe in God are also the enemy.
God is the enemy. Then what was that goddess statue? Are these people heretic worshippers of God?
I don't think that's for worship. It's simply an art piece.
Okay.
I hear humanity enjoyed collecting stone statues from ancient mythology. I don't think it's a particularly tasteful practice, but...
Then what's the divine power I've been relying on up till now? Yeah, I should do that. Give me 1 second. Moving to subscriber chat. Yay! Make them subscribe for 5 minutes first. Oh boy. That's something else, alright. Then what's the divine power I've been relying on up till now? How could God be the enemy? But if God's been the enemy, it's strange that God's trial is a SHUTEN order ritual.
You're quite pale. You can rest if you don't feel well.
No, I'm okay.
I don't mind you pushing yourself, but don't knock over any of those drugs.
Hello, Josie. Welcome in.
What's being produced here isn't the virus that's being sold. It's undiluted. The 100% pure virus is extremely poisonous. If taken, you'll die long before getting closer to any god. However, to think this was the rumored virus plant. I finally found it.
My posture's perfectly fine, Cloth. We have had some trolls tonight. Your cat's wearing a dino hoodie? Oh my god. Oh, yep. Sip, 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 sip. The pineapple peach propels are really interesting. Num, 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 num. Okay. That's the evidence I need for here, I'm sure. Could this be the machine mentioned in the file that makes virus? No, you didn't kill me, but oh my gosh. Josie, if you could, send a photo to the Pet Tax channel in the Discord. I want to see.
I think that's exactly right. Checking the log. Chemical set, okay. Production process, okay. However, it seems the final step of extraction failed within an hour.
Virus was successfully produced, but it failed since it was never taken out?
It would appear so. Ah, what a waste.
Huh?
Oh, it's nothing.
Uh-huh. Yay!
Oh, it's almost time. Shall we head back to the manor? What do you think, great detective? Have you cracked the Curry murders?
No, not yet.
Of course, the world goes on, even if you don't solve it. Much like how the world went on after the founder left, despite being thought eternal. I suppose only time will tell for that, too.
What?
We can speak long on that matter once this case is dealt with.
Oh, I'm going to look right now. Do 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 do. Anywho.
I'm gonna head off to prepare for the inheritance meeting. Feel free to continue if you still have things you'd like to check.
Sure.
You may think differently, but I do like the truth. It's like remembering a dream long given up on. Anyway, I have high hopes for you.
It's already past 10. The meeting's at 11. I don't have much time left. The only thing left for me to do is ask around. Now, who to ask? Okay. Well, I guess we'll go bug this guy even though we just parted ways with them.
Ah, Ray Shimobi, we've only just parted. Has something happened?
I'd like to hear more about Virus, if you can tell me anything.
I'd like to tell you more, but I'm not exactly an expert on it. Plus, there's still a lot about Virus that's unknown.
Okay.
Even its production, anything anyone had heard about it was like an urban legend.
Urban legend?
The main rumor was that some special method was needed to make Virus. The truth was made clear looking through that underground lab. To think the structure of the lab itself is needed for the synthesizing of Virus.
What do you mean by that? Now that I think about it, that lab was shaped oddly. Like how the research lab is located above a 2,000-meter underground cavity. Could that be related to Virus's synthesization?
Quite right. The required method for synthesizing Virus is component synthesization in a zero-gravity environment.
Ooh, neat. Zero gravity. That's possible to do with that lab?
It's unbelievable. If you looked at the lab, even you should be able to tell it's not impossible.
Huh? I still have no...
The production machine's logged to sprayed production process okay, right?
So you're saying that machine can create a zero gravity environment?
If you doubt it, then why not give it a try?
I mean, okay.
Not that we have time for that. I still have to prepare for the meeting. If you have anything else you need, ask now.
It's not about this case, but I was wondering about it, and I wanted to ask you what you know about God.
God, you seem quite fixated on that today.
I thought you might know more.
Because I'm a minister of the order? If that's what you're thinking, you're mistaken. Even I have much that I don't know or understand.
Have you ever seen God?
No, I can't say that I have. They say you can see God if you leave the city, but I have zero interest in that. I can't even imagine wanting to leave the city. There's no alcohol or grass.
What? What, Cloth? God is outside the city? So if I were to leave the city, I could meet God.
You've been living in this city without ever knowing that? I see. There aren't many foolish members who leave these days. The sense of danger has faded. It's also forbidden to leave the city, so it's indisputable now that the rule lost its meaning.
It's forbidden to leave the city.
Outside is the realm of God. You'll be killed if you try.
Killed?
Why do you think the Order built up one singular city? To create a safe haven untouchable by God.
Interesting.
I've heard there was a crowdy group that would leave the city to stand up to God. But of course, none of them returned. In the end, God is God. He can't be beat no matter the weapon. Thus, we chose to live within our walls in peace.
I still feel like I understand less and less about God. Yeah.
You better not even think about leaving the city. With the founder gone, it might be time to revise our laws. Maybe build a giant wall and surround the city. Then keep us safe.
I can't help but wonder, were you close with the founder?
Are you trying to glean some details about the incident with the founder?
No, I was just curious.
I suppose it's fine. Of course I was close with the founder. To put a name to it, good business partners? Believe it or not, I too was once torn between good and evil and almost went astray. Let me tell you a tale from long ago. It's long, but will you listen to it?
Boy.
At the time, I was a detective of justice, and a mistake made me hit a wall. Losing my focus, I fell into feeling powerless and empty. I grew tired of it all.
Is that what you were talking about the other day that made you quit being a detective?
Right, you are.
What happened? What was the mistake?
I'll tell you some other time. Anyway, I completely gave up on being a detective. My sense of justice and desire to seek the truth wavered. I decided to give in. Give in to darkness.
Could that be?
I'll leave the details up to your imagination. However, it was just to flush out the criminals basking in the darkness. Or rather, to find answers unobtainable from the world of light. Perhaps becoming one of its denizens, I could get closer, that I might see the truth. However I put it, know that I'm not seeking affirmation. Darkness is darkness, immorality is immorality. I chose the path of lawlessness. Then I heard of the Minister of Justice being replaced, among other shocking news. That the minister was a heretic.
Huh? The minister that carried out the law was a heretic.
That further caused my values to falter. I also thought that maybe what I was doing wasn't so wrong after all. Thus a certain customer came to me. And who do you think it was?
Who? No idea.
The founder.
What? Me?
I was shaken too. The very top of the order had come to see me alone. Not just as someone dipping their toes in, but to me, a total outlaw. And he said this to me. I need you to be the new Minister of Justice. Why me?
Though young, you're sharp-minded and know this country's doctrines well. On top of all that, you've experienced firsthand the depths of darkness. I can't think of anyone more fitting, can you?
I am a misfit, though.
The last minister truly was a just person. In fact, maybe too just, only seeing what was right, not caring about anything else. The fall was instant. Any waver in value or ideals, all sense of justice would go. They were vulnerable to the whispers of the heretics.
Whispers of the heretics.
That's why one who can accept both light and dark is right for the job. I found that only someone like that can carry the mantle of Minister of Justice.
How ironic. The most suited to be Minister of Justice is a follower of lawlessness. I refuse. There's something else I need to do.
I also have some idea of what it is you are trying to do, as well as what type of person you really are. I feel that this position could help you achieve what you're seeking.
I could keep it up. He saw through my disguise.
Disguise?
Maybe if things were different, he would have made a good detective. He was quite the person. Warm but strong, bold but calculating. You had no idea what he would do. He would make unpredictable choices. So I decided to believe in him.
Believe what?
In his ideal. Or maybe the truth that I almost lost sight of. I wanted to believe in it. To me, the founder was a lighthouse shining the way to the truth. So I was gratefully appointed to the position of Minister of Justice.
Huh.
I came to know the law more than anyone, including its holes. I was a delinquent son. But he still trusted me, providing me with highly important roles. So I too trusted him, regardless of what anyone else said. Or trusted him, I suppose. I felt like a hole had opened up after losing him.
Him? Inugami's been referring to the founder as him and he this entire time. Have a good night, Cloth. Now that I think about it, yesterday...
I have a hard time around women. I've been lied to about it by so many women about cases. You reap what you sow, I guess. Anyway, I avoid relationships with women. I'm so nervous around women that I inherently get a sense of danger around them.
Huh. He was wary of women, but close with the founder. Maybe he just never suspected that the founder was a woman. See, I think that's why the torso's missing. I don't think anybody knew the founder was a woman. So that's why he never showed any discomfort with me, and even helped me investigate. It's not impossible. Not even I was able to tell I was a woman immediately. But to think that he was mistaken about the founder's gender the entire time. Did the founder not make her gender known? Maybe she dared to do so because she was so close to God. But I didn't feel he was lying when he said he trusted the founder. Maybe Kishiro Inugami wasn't the one that killed me. The Himaru said the divine power is never wrong. But wait.
Something wrong. What's with the scary look? Okay. You're running on fumes. Shall we go take a break?
He just said it himself. He was on the path of lawlessness. He claimed to have no problem breaking the law to carry out his purpose. Then even killing the founder he so respected. This man is a con artist. I can't let my guard down.
Are we just about finished? I still have repairing to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back to my room for a bit. I think I still have a little time left. Suppose I'll go ask around a bit longer.
Mr. Shimobe.
Ms. Mizuno. Could this belong to you? Uh-oh, that's what I thought.
Yes, that does belong to me.
Oh. Fuck.
But why do you have it?
I found it in the greenhouse.
The greenhouse? Why would it be there?
You don't have any ideas? Well, considering that we know that the second murder happened because of a booby trap, I also am agreeing with you at the moment, Blaze. You don't have any ideas?
I had noticed that it was gone this morning, but
you had it yesterday morning, though.
Yes, I'm certain I did. I'm not all that strong, so I take a supplement every morning. I did take it yesterday, but didn't have my pouch this morning, so I was worried.
Did you go in the greenhouse?
Of course not. I didn't go anywhere near it.
Yeah.
Mr. Shimobe, you have to believe me. I haven't done anything.
I mean, we did, like, sit outside your bedroom the whole night. Of course, I believe you.
That's a relief. I couldn't bear it if you gave up on me.
There's nothing to be afraid of. It's okay. I'm sure the truth will save you.
Yeah.
Alright, well, those were all my questions. I'll give this pouch back to you then.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Huh? Is something the matter?
The compact mirror is cracked. My face lotion bottle's also broken. Who would do this?
They were perfectly fine yesterday, right?
Yes.
Perhaps whoever took the pouch rifled through it afterwards? It's a lot of damage. But who would do that and why?
Mr. Shimobe?
This piece has to be key in unlocking the truth of this case. It must be.
I hope so. Alright, then I'll take my leave here.
Up, a little bit more. Himuro, Mikutaro. You're there, aren't you? What's wrong? Y'all worked up about? There's something I'd like to ask both of you.
What? Ask already! Hurry, hurry, hurry!
Am I really the founder? Is it really true that I am the founder of the SHUTEN Order? Are you really asking that? You saw that video, right? How the founder looked at last year's greeting. You still think it's not you even after seeing that? What is God? What is God? God is God. Do you really need further explanation? Is the God trying to bring me back actually God? Or is it really some devilish form like from the heathen idols? And if God is, what then? What? So then God really is? Calm down, God is God. God appears not like a devil. God looks just as you members do. After all, God created you in his image. Amari. Going by looks alone, I thought you'd be able to tell if God was walking among you. I feel like I'm understanding less and less what God is. Ray, you don't have time for ridiculous doubts. Whether what is trying to bring you back is God or a devil. If you fail, tomorrow you'll be Ash. Fair enough. What's God's reason for this? It's a lie that God's trial is a SHUTEN Order ritual, isn't it? Since God is an enemy to the Order, after all. Reviving me has to be some sort of front. What is God really trying to do? Hey now, what are you talking about? Here we are trying to help you. I don't need excuses, just tell me the truth. Why? Why do I need to be brought back? To stop the end of the world. Without your guidance, humanity will end. This is the truth. That's why you need to be revived as the founder. If it's to save mankind, you should do whatever it takes, even heretical rituals. But that doesn't make any sense. The SHUTEN Order is looking to bring about the end of the world, right? If bringing me back is to stop the end of that would be against the Order. Am I supposed to betray the Order then? You just need to do what you believe to be right. Believe to be right. Then let me ask this. Do you seek the destruction of the world? Do you wish for humanity to be wiped out? Well, that is what the Order wants, thus what I wanted, right? Ray, I'm asking you, not the founder of the SHUTEN Order. You. If you feel like you're going down the wrong path, then you can give up here. But if you feel like what you're doing is right, you don't have time to doubt, you must keep moving. Well, what are you gonna do? There you go, forcing choices on me when I know nothing. I have to move forward then. Great! I really love that about you. But when this is all over, you're gonna tell me everything. What you are, and what I am. Yeah, of course. For that too, then, it would be best to focus on the task at hand. Right then, I'll give you some hot info then. Hot info? The third son was first to die, right? We looked over the body. And guess what? The cause of death wasn't the stab wound to the stomach. He was electrocuted. Electrocuted? How did he get electrocuted on a boat? The great detective needs to take over from here. Get on with it then. And they're gone. But to think that Seizo died from electrocution. Interesting. It's already this late. I need to head to the hall. The clock strikes 11. At last, the final inheritance meeting is to begin. Inheritance, murder, virus, and God. There are so many unsolved mysteries, but even still, time goes on. I really hope it ends without incident. Please. Inheritance meeting day 3. Here we go.
Now then, it's time to commence the inheritance meeting. Let's be rid of any unnecessary introductions. Alright then, the survival battle for a huge sum of money. Let's get on with it.
He must have snuck some grass in. Ugh, I can't even imagine what's gonna happen next.
Alright then, let's get straight into it.
Can I say something?
Oh my, you are...
I'm Domon. I work here as servant.
Oh yeah, Domon, right. You have something you'd like to say?
In honesty, I have something that I have to share with y'all.
Oh, and what opinion could you possibly have to share with us?
I wouldn't say an opinion so much as... But I felt I needed to share what I saw no matter what.
And what did you witness? Not so much witness, but when we went in the greenhouse this morning,
I saw a small pouch on the ground near Master Yoichi's body.
Would you be speaking of the pouch belonging to a woman?
That's right, about the size. I know who that pouch thing belongs to.
Is that so? Let it out then, who? Mizuno.
I knew it. It was you who killed Yoichi. No, I didn't. I can't work with her anymore. Mizuno killed the master. Mr. Toman. Mr. Hinugami. That should settle it, right? That woman is a criminal, a heretic. She has no right to the inheritance. Every single death she's been accused for.
It's true that it could be important evidence, substantial in proving the crime.
I also cannot believe her to be the culprit. If the other successors all die, then she gets the whole inheritance to herself. There's no way she wouldn't take action in such a situation. So she's the murderer. I agree as well. The reason, none really, just seems to fit. Is a reason really necessary?
These are the accusations being made. So, Miss Mizuno, you have anything to say in retort?
Oh. She's being suspected again. I suppose it can't be helped. She's the only remaining successor. But I know for a fact, I know she's not the one responsible. Please wait. We literally sat outside her door the entire night. I was keeping watch in front of her room the entire night last night. I figured that someone targeting the inheritance would target her. But no one appeared, and Ms. Mizuno never left her room. So she wouldn't have been able to go kill Yuichi. Mr. Shimobe, I'm not so sure about that. Sure, what you got for me? Let me make the truth known. A trap was utilized in the murder of Tsukijiro. It would only be natural to assume that Yuichi was killed in a similar manner. The murders surrounding the Kukuri family inheritance were committed by the same person. And what are you getting at? If a trap was set up in advance, her alibi from last night means nothing. If she uses a trap, she wouldn't have to take one step outside. True. Am I wrong? True. There's more proof that she did it. There was something I noticed with the first killing with Seizo. He was murdered by a large machete, right? On that day, I saw that machete laying in the garden and said to put it away. To Mizuno, of course. The machete is always put away in the shed. Anyone could get it if they took some time to look for it. I'm not so sure about that. I'm sure you use that tool so fitting in your poor hands as a weapon. Using a machete as a weapon? No, that isn't right. Can I say something? Yeah, he wasn't killed by the machete. When looking over his body again, it was discovered that he died of electrocution. The machete wasn't the murder weapon. What in the world are you talking about? There was a machete jutting out of his abdomen. Machetes are typically for splitting and are not really made for stabbing, but... I suppose death by stabbing with a machete does sound unnatural. If Seizo was indeed electrocuted to death, can you explain what happened? Rei Shimobe? Of course! Ooh, I think I know the answer to this, too. Under what circumstances did Seizo Kukuri die? The answer should be clear by making deductions around the cause of his death. Let's go over each article and the state of the murder scene. Perfect. 6 items. The cause of Seizo's death was electrocution. Start with this one. Oh, perfect. That's in already. That information came from Himuro, so I'm not sure how reliable it is. But let's start based on this. Are there any signs of electrocution? Yeah, his palm was burned. If it was electrocution, there should be some trace on the body somewhere. Was there any evidence on Seizo's body? Yes. A burn on his right hand. This is the evidence of electrocution. Where did he get electrocuted? The damaged bridge. There were wires outside of it. He was found outside, so he was carried there by someone after being electrocuted? No, let's think simpler. Could anything have shocked him around where he was found? Yeah. There was recent damage done to the bridge's support. Lighting cables were exposed. That cable was cut, there's no mistaking it. It was cut, so there could have been a short circuit. There's a high chance Seizo was electrocuted by that cable. How did he get electrocuted? Assuming he was electrocuted by the bridge cable, how would it have happened? I think he was the one trying to cut it. Probably with the machete. Doesn't seem like it would be something someone would touch. Wait, let's look at it from another angle. Maybe he didn't grab the cable, but if he accidentally touched the cable after doing something, then that must be it. So what was it he was doing here then? He was using the machete. No. Oh, darn. What was he trying to do that resulted in him getting electrocuted? What was Seizo doing with the machete? He was trying to fell the bridge. There we go. That fits how things were left, but the reasoning for it was... Let's leave the reason for later. This answer seems to fit logically. Anyway, to fell the bridge, he was using the machete to break the supports. While doing that, he accidentally damaged the cable. The leaking electricity went down the machete and flowed to Seizo's right hand. This led to him dying by electrocution, and that explains the damaged post and burns. His body was found on the boat. Where was his body discovered? It wasn't at the bridge. It was at the boat. Why would it have been found in the boat? Because it fell. Yeah. He fell to the boat. The electrocuted Seizo was thrown off the cliff and... Yeah, this is a rather reasonable answer. But why would there happen to be a boat where he fell? The body was discovered because the boat just happened to be there. Something feels off. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision. It was precise and cunning, a devilish plan to achieve a goal. Then I need to find proof that the boat just didn't happen to be there. I mean, the rope was there the whole time. Like, attached to it. That's it. It wouldn't happen to drift if there was mooring rope attached. Yeah. But what if the rope is typically untied? It would be sent adrift by the wind. Ugh, I don't know anything about before the case. I can't prove anything. No. Someone had testified the boat's mooring rope was tied by someone. And that was Domon. It had to be someone who's still alive. The one who testified about the boat was Domon. Are you gonna tell me Domon set all this up? That was in their testimony. That'd be really interesting. It would be not who I mean, I think I suspected him at the very beginning, but... Yeah, we wrap it around the pole here, but as you can see, it's been unwrapped. Maybe that's why the boat was floating off towards the shore. Fortunately, it was still tied to the pole, so I was able to pull it back in, but... We wrap it around the pole here, so it was still tied to the pole, so I pulled it in. I see. Something floats to the surface with this testimony. Probably Blaze, but the boat wasn't at the foot of the cliff by accident. And one other thing. Got it. From these testimonies, the conclusion that we can draw is this. I know the answer.
Fantastic! Let's hear it then.
2 mornings ago, Seizo damaged the bridge support with a machete trying to fell it. A lighting cable was cut, and it electrocuted him to death. What? So it was an accident then? Jesus, I can't even keep my accent straight. Jesus fucking hell. So it was an accident then? Hold on a second. Why would he try to cut the bridge in the first place? His motive was... I know that too now, looking at the proof. The answer is... Ooh, probably something about these messages. Maybe? In other words, Seizo's reason for cutting the bridge, yeah, to sabotage the meeting. He was trying to interfere with the inheritance meeting. He figured he wouldn't receive very much of it, so he planned on sabotaging the reading of the will to ruin the whole thing. To do that, he tried to fill the bridge to keep Inugami away from the manor. And that resulted in him getting electrocuted. He then fell from the bridge onto the boat floating in the lake. As he fell, he let go of the machete. Its fall was delayed slightly, and it thrust into his abdomen as he lay in the boat. That's quite a stretch. The boat just happened to be there, and the body just happened to fall in. No, I believe the boat was placed there by the culprit. They would have predicted the electrocuted body would fall onto the boat. I do think the machete falling and piercing him was a coincidence, though. According to the evidence, the boat was usually tied to a post with a mooring rope. However, at the time of the crime, the rope was untied for some reason. Isn't that right, Mr. Domon? Yes. That's why the boat was floating off towards the shore. Then why did the killer plan to have the boat be there? It would be harder to discover the... Oh! How do I read the log? Shoot. Caps tab. Escape. T, G, oh gosh. Log, please. Oh god. Q, W, log. Darn. Alright. The end of the rope still being tied to the post tells us that. What do you mean? Can you explain it in a way that makes sense? The rope could be pulled back, making it easier to bring the boat back, so... The reason for wanting Seizo's body to be found... Probably to create an alibi, maybe? What did... Maybe to correctly... Yeah, I think it's part of this. If we're going on based on Blaze's thought here, this makes sense. To correctly distribute the inheritance.
Correctly distribute?
Yes, if Seizo's body sank into the lake and was undiscovered, we wouldn't be able to know whether he was living or not in accordance with the will. So part of the inheritance would be up in the air. And Seizo's portion wouldn't be correctly distributed. The culprit most likely wanted to avoid that. In other words, the culprit wanted to precisely reduce the denominator for the distribution, right? And that would mean the killer is among the successors. And that woman's the only one that's left. It really was you who killed Yoichi then. You're Mizuno. I already told you I was keeping watch all night from the hall. That testimony no longer means anything. Dr. Shiratori already said that everything up until now has been traps. So, of course, we can assume Yoichi's killer would do the same, right? If a trap was set up in advance, then last night's alibi means nothing. She could have secretly set up the trap during the day. Right, if all the murders have been by traps set up in advance, then there is a possibility the trap was already set when I was on watch. That argument had already come up. In other words, the culprit could be Mr. Shimobe. You don't suspect me too, do you? Let's calm down and think. Was there any evidence that proves she didn't do it? This one. That's it. The decision should have already been made on the first day's meeting. What? The first day's meeting? The trap that killed Seizo would have been set before the will was open. Ms. Mizuno didn't know the contents of the will. She wouldn't have set the trap. It's impossible to know the contents of the will before it's been opened. Isn't that right, Inugami?
That is true. Good of you to remember. As expected of the great detective.
And as Mr. Shiratori said, the culprit for the Kakuri murders is probably the same person. If Miss Mizuno wouldn't have killed Seizo, then the others are highly unlikely as well. So Ms. Mizuno wasn't the killer.
Yeah, that's it. The motives for this case have been from the details of the will. That's the truth. It's the theory.
Wait a minute. It's impossible to know the contents of the will before it's been opened. Thinking about it another way, only the one who knew the details of the will could have set the traps? Someone here that already knew the details of the will. There's only one person. It can only be... Oh. Yeah.
Huh? Something the matter, Ray Shimobe? Why are you so pale? Look at me.
Inugami, you said this about the will. Only the departed and I know the details. Is that true?
Yeah, of course. I'm the face of the Ministry of Justice, after all. There's no one more fitting than me to oversee the will of the Order's largest tycoon.
then the only one capable of setting traps for the potential successors would only be you.
You do have a point. A blind spot. It's a blind spot to think the very Minister of Justice would.
That can't be, can it, Mr. Hinagami? Kishiru Hinagami, you were the killer? Then the one that murdered me really was you.
Come on, right, Shimobe? And all of you too, are you really suspecting me? You really think I, who administers the law and doctrine, would commit murder? Then let me say this. I did truly know the contents of the will, okay? But what of it? None of the Kakuri family inheritance would go to me. So, what reason would I possibly have to kill the brothers?
我が社の名誉にかけて
That is true. Mr. Inugami doesn't have a motive. Hey, you, how do you explain that? That can easily be explained with one piece of evidence. The Kakuri inheritance wasn't unrelated to Kishiru Inugami at all. If I remember correctly, there was an odd phrase in the will. 3. If no one fulfills the above requirement, the entire inheritance will be donated to the SHUTEN order. If all successors perished or were disqualified, then the large inheritance will go to the SHUTEN order, correct?
So it was money. You really did all this just for the money. Wait. Even if the money went to the order, I don't benefit from it. And if it did go to the order, wouldn't it better the lives of all members?
That's only if you report this case, though.
You are looking to settle it all here, putting it in your pocket. I believe you're all mistaken about something. You really believe someone who could process the entire Kakuri inheritance in secret?
True, that wouldn't be possible. It's too large. It'd be impossible to hide alone.
Right? Plus, I don't have any interest in money.
What motive would he have if not the inheritance? A reason for Kishiru Inagami to kill the Kakuri family. Could it be? This is a tobacco plant. This wasn't about the inheritance. But wasn't it about the tobacco being cultivated in the greenhouse?
I see, so that's it then.
Tobacco? What are you talking about?
The darkness of Kakuri Pharmaceuticals. Something not even you knew about.
Darkness? What are you going on about?
Mr. Kakuri was growing tobacco in the greenhouse. You've all seen the flowers growing in the greenhouse before, right?
That? So they were tobacco flowers? Why would the president illegally grow tobacco?
It was supposedly of interest from a chemistry standpoint at first. Then information was received from a source. Information that a component of the tobacco can be used in making a drug. Recently, a drug called virus has been causing a stir in society. Why do you, a doctor, know more about this than me, an executive? I used the pharmaceutical route to spread the drugs Mr. Kukuri made to clients. I was in that sort of position.
Shiratori had referred to Kiyomasa as a business partner before. So that's what he had meant by business partner.
I may have done it for money and crossed some bad bridges, but now it's time to step back. You think that you can just get away with all that? You were smuggling illicit drugs. There's no proof left showing that I was involved. It looks like the dog of the law has soiled himself with murder, so he can't arrest me. You can't be serious. The president was secretly smuggling drugs. If this were to get out, the company would be ruined. That old bastard. To think what he was doing in secret the whole time. Drugs. What a rotten evil bastard. He should just die. Oh wait, he did. I knew she was gonna say that!
I was saying it before the lines came on the screen. Can we get back to the topic? Alright. So where were we? The motive. Why did Inugami kill the Kukuri siblings? Inugami, you're an avid smoker. You were possibly involved with drugs as well. You wanted more drugs, isn't that what you were thinking? So you plotted to uncover the drug refinement method known only to Kiyomasa. To monopolize that drug for yourself.
That's nonsensical. Seems like you see me as some kind of junkie.
You aren't.
Even if I was. Would I really have a reason to kill the Kukuri siblings?
To monopolize virus. Yeah. The Kukuri family were stopping you from monopolizing virus, weren't they? And even if you knew that there are secrets in the greenhouse, you wouldn't actually know how virus was actually created, would you? So you picked off the siblings, cornered Yoichi, and tricked him into trapping himself in the greenhouse. If you did that, he would surely escape to the secret laboratory. In other words, it's a scheme to access virus.
Well, seems I underestimated your deduction skills. Continue, please. Yuichi entered the greenhouse by himself and opened the hidden door to the lab. Even if that's true, how could I kill him?
It must have been a trap. Yuichi was killed in the greenhouse by a trap that had been set beforehand.
And what kind of trap was that exactly?
What kind of trap was Yuichi killed by? This is likely the greatest mystery of this case. It's okay, I've made it this far. If I rethink everything up to now, I should be able to reach the truth. First, let's start with figuring out the murder weapon. The sword held by the goddess statue had bloodstains on it. The murder weapon must have been the sword of the goddess.
That's correct.
Huh? Are you admitting to the crime?
No, I'm just agreeing with you. Your reasoning. Given the situation, the murder weapon could only be the sword of the goddess. However, think carefully. I'm going to refute you now.
これが私のセオリーだ。
That sword cannot be removed from the statue. You confirmed that yourself, didn't you? So what now? How could that sword have killed Yuichi? And is this not supposed to be a trap? Is this the end of your theory, or will you persevere? Show me the so-called miracle of the fallen god.
Neither God nor miracles have anything to do with this. I just want to know the truth. Even so, I can't see it just yet. What happened to Yoichi Kukuri? How can I solve this mystery?
初めて意見させていただきます。
Sorry if this isn't my place to say, but why was my pouch found in the greenhouse? Perhaps this is a hint to something? The reason why Mizuno's pouch was found on the ground. Right, if we combine this with the other evidence, we might start to see something. The empty capsule. Come to think of it, the pills in Mizuno's pouch and the empty pill found in Yuichi's pocket, they are identical. What does this mean? Was Yuichi plotting something? Yeah, he was trying to kill Mizuno. That's it. Probably with the concentrated virus stuff. If Yuichi filled the pill with some kind of poison and put it in the pouch, Mizuno might have mistaken it for her usual supplement and just taken it as usual. Perhaps Yoichi suspected Mizuno, and could it be that before he himself was killed, he tried to kill Mizuno? To kill me? But if he used a knife or hit her head, the crime would be discovered immediately. That's why he came up with poisoning. To do that, Yoichi must have stolen Mizuno's pouch to make Mizuno ingest the poison herself. And what was that poison? The concentrated virus solution. It must be the concentrated virus solution. The concentrated virus solution? Apparently, 100% pure virus is extremely poisonous.
What are you two whispering about? You haven't told me how Yoichi met his end yet. Tell me.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Are you really thinking for yourself?
What?
You act like you've been piecing it together, but hasn't someone been guiding you?
Oh, what do you mean?
Ray Shimobe, could it be that someone is deceiving you?
Deceiving me?
Must be the SHUTEN order. Then let me present you the painful truth. The truth, you see, isn't gentle at all. Why is that? Because reality is heartless.
これが私のセオリーだ。
I will once again assert that Mizuno is the culprit.
What?
Indeed, Yuichi stole Mizuno's pouch and tried to poison her. But on the other hand, what if Mizuno got wind of it? In other words, Yoichi utilized the lighting system to rotate the greenhouse and avoid surveillance. He planned to return Mizuno's pouch to the mansion. Meanwhile, Mizuno, anticipating Yoichi's actions, quietly slipped out.
Hold on, I was in front of Mizuno's room all night.
Without sleeping? Was there really not a single moment you weren't keeping watch?
Well, I have my moments of drowsiness.
Mizuno seized those moments to slip outside. Then she fetched a machete from storage and headed towards the greenhouse. At that moment, the greenhouse had just rotated. Yoichi ran into her from the back. There she killed Yoichi with the machete.
No way. Are you saying she severed Yoichi's head and arms?
She regularly uses a machete for work, so she can manage it, right?
But why? First of all, if she did go to the greenhouse, why would she just leave her pouch there?
She probably didn't notice it in the dark. It was night after all. Wasn't Yoichi dismembered to ensure he wouldn't survive? How about it, Mizuno?
I didn't kill anyone. Please believe me, Mr. Shimobe. And as Mr. Shimobe said, I won't give up on the truth. I want to live with my head held up high. So, yes, of course. I believe you, Mizuno.
Wow. You can believe because there's truth in it. The founder always showed us the truth. That's why we believed. That's the SHUTEN order. And the truth of this world. Can you show that to us?
Yes, I have to. Or else we will never reach the truth. I won't give up.
Huh. By the way, it's almost been 48 hours. Soon it'll be 12 o'clock, you know. Once this meeting is over, you and I will be done. We'll have to leave this place. Can we uncover the truth by then? All I can do is wish you luck. Great, detective.
Mr. Shimobe? Yeah, I'll definitely save you. Yes, please save me, Mr. Shimobe. Don't worry, I'm slowly piecing it together. Let's calm down and organize our thoughts. Yoichi's siblings were killed one by one. He feared he would be next. Believing Mizuno to be the culprit, Yoichi came up with a plan to kill Mizuno. So he took Mizuno's pouch and hid it in the greenhouse. He did this to replace the pills in the pouch with poisonous ones. And that poison was concentrated virus. This should be right so far. Now, where did Yoichi go to obtain virus concentrate? Where's the entrance to that place? Okay. That's right, you can only get virus concentrate from the underground laboratory. To get to the laboratory, you need to operate two things. First, he used the lighting system to lock the greenhouse. Then next, he operated the goddess's sword. You pull the sword of the goddess statue like a lever to go underground. Naturally, Yoichi must have... Wait a minute. The goddess statue's sword could be the murder weapon. Even Inugami acknowledged it. The precise moment he touched the sword could have been when the trap activated. Perhaps something happened in that moment. How could the blood only be on the upper end of the sword while the victim got severed? Mr. Shimobe! I remembered. Everything in Mizuno's pouch was broken. And they didn't appear smashed. It was as if they were dropped from a high place. A fall. Wait, what? If the body had fallen onto the sword of the goddess statue, how would the body be severed and scattered on the ground? What? No, I was gonna say, such a severing would require more force. Why even drop a body from so high? It's not something one could normally do. Normally. Oh my god. It's an anti... Ho! Ho! But in that greenhouse, it may be possible by... Oh! It's an anti-gravity chamber down there. Oh! Are you okay? What's with the shouting? Have you finally lost your mind? I got it. I finally figured out the trap that killed Yoichi. Mr. Shimobe? What did you say?
You're bluffing, aren't you?
I think it does too, Blaze. I think it does too.
Will you be able to explain it with so little time left?
There's more than enough time.
Alright, let's hear the great detective's reasoning.
Ho ho ho! Alright, this is the critical moment. The mystery of Yoichi Kakuri's murder. I just need to finish this one theory. I need to put the images in my head in order. Let's begin. The greatest unraveling of this serial murder case. Okay. First, let's sort out what we already know. Confirm what Yoichi tried to do, what happened, and verify it. By doing this, we should be able to see what kind of trap led to Yoichi's death. Just like with Seizo and Tsukijiro, surely. Now it's clear that Yoichi, still in the greenhouse, was plotting to kill Mizuno. This was by adding poison to the pill in Mizuno's pouch and tricking her into swallowing it. Poison, illegal drugs, virus. Virus is refined by a mechanism and a machine concealed in the greenhouse. And that machine? This virus purification machine is installed in the greenhouse underground lab. To reach it, you must do two things within the greenhouse. That is, lock the greenhouse and lower the goddess sword. Rotate the greenhouse with the lighting system, keep the door locked, pull the sword. This will open the entrance to the underground laboratory. On the night of the incident, Yoichi must have followed these steps as well. Regarding the steps to the underground laboratory that I just confirmed, where was that information? It was on the wall poster. The research room was described on that poster. It had an unusual structure. For some reason, the research room is located above a 2,000-meter underground cavity. This structure will be a key point in the deduction, so I must remember it. How is the virus concentrate made? The unlocking procedure for the underground lab is also a method for creating virus. In other words, when the entrance opens, virus is simultaneously refined. The piece with this information is the method to make virus. Once the refinement starts, the greenhouse and lab should enter a certain state. The keyword that proves a clue to this is written on this piece. So, what is that state? The lab and greenhouse falls. The refinement starts and the entire greenhouse, including the underground lab, falls. It just like drops, like Tower of Terror drop. In that case, due to the laws of physics, the greenhouse and lab would enter zero gravity. The underground lab cavity beneath the lab extends 2,000 meters. From the free fall, the state of zero gravity would last for 10 to 20 seconds. Once virus purification started and the greenhouse begins its free fall, at that moment, what would happen to Yoichi's body in the greenhouse? It would float. He'd float up, yeah. Since the inside of the greenhouse is zero gravity, Yoichi's body would float, as if drifting in space. In zero gravity state, what would Yoichi do? He probably, overwhelmed by fear, tried to cling to something nearby. Like how someone drowning would cling to anything nearby. And the thing he would have clung to was the goddess sword. Just before virus refinement began, Yoichi pushed down the goddess statue's sword, because that was the final step to enter the underground laboratory. So then the sword should have been near the floating Yoichi. The object that was unstable, that the unstable Yoichi clung to, was the goddess sword. Finally, after this, Yoichi gets killed. All three brothers were killed by traps. Seizo activated the trap by breaking the support pillar, resulting in electrocution. Tsukishiro activated the trap by pulling out the book, which led to him being shot. So what about Yoichi? When was the trap that killed Yoichi activated? In fact, it had already been activated, yeah. After the lab entrance opened, when the sword was pulled down, the trap was triggered. The trap was why Yoichi was killed in that way. But how? What was it that severed his head and arms? It was the sudden stop. Oh gosh. The sword of the goddess. It had a huge sharp blade and bloodstains. This is it. I Ironically, in his confusion, Yoichi was killed from the very hand he sought help from. Now the important part. Which part of the blade sliced Yoichi? The upper part. Oh, this is so well crafted! The blade has bloodstains concentrated on the top side. Yoichi was slashed by the upper side. But why? Normally it would be the lower side. But it stopped suddenly and he was floating in midair. The changes that occurred in the greenhouse at the time made it unavoidable. Afterward, what changed? It suddenly stopped. The clue's Mizuno's pouch. Most of the contents are severely damaged. Was this from when Yoichi dropped it? No, it wouldn't just shatter everything from a normal drop, would it? It looks as if it was dropped from several hundred meters. Hundreds of meters high. This number, does anything ring a bell? The inexplicable damage to the oh, come on! Fact that somehow Yoichi was cut by the upper side of the sword. The change that occurred in the greenhouse must be... It stopped suddenly. If sudden brakes are applied, what happens? The inertia on Yoichi's body would be directed downward. If a car moving at high speed suddenly stops, try to picture it from a top-down view. Yoichi's body would be slammed into the ground. The greenhouse free-falling for 2,000 meters must have reached 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. Brakes would apply the inertia in the opposite direction. Mizuno's pouch met the same fate, being slammed into the ground from a height of 2,000 meters. That explains the damage. Yoichi, on the other hand, at that time he was clinging to the goddess sword, pushed down and horizontal. That's why Yoichi wasn't slammed to the ground, but slammed through the sword. That's so clever! This is the truth. Got it. From this evidence, the conclusion we can draw is this. Yeah! Holy... This is the trap that killed Yoichi. The trap likely activated between 1 and 2 a.m. when the lighting system operated. The lighting system rotates the greenhouse and locks the door. Tsukijiro tried to use this to evade the surveillance cameras, but it seems this lighting device was designed to make the greenhouse an airtight chamber. Otherwise, those manual handles and sturdy automatic doors have no reason to exist. So what happened? How did Yoichi end up dead? In my theory, the activation of the lighting system was the first switch. Or should I say the first trigger. And the final trigger was the goddess statue's sword. Yoichi was going to the lab to get virus concentrate and pulled down the sword, triggering the trap. As the laboratory opened, the entire greenhouse fell as a zero-gravity state was created. The underground laboratory goes down to 2,000 meters. The entire building was in zero gravity for about 10 to 20 seconds from freefall. What happens then? In an instant, Yoichi's body would be floating. Yoichi, in a moment of panic, would have tried to cling to the nearby goddess sword. He managed to grab the sword and tried to stay put. However, after the zero-gravity brakes are activated, then an inertial force of over 2,000 kilometers an hour would act on Yoichi's body. As a result, the sword became an upside-down guillotine and sliced Yoichi. Thus, Yoichi struck the floor with his head and arms severed.
答えはこれです。
This is the trap that killed Yoichi.
Yikes, a reverse guillotine. How outlandish. Such a crazy idea. I'd like to see it once.
Shiratori, did you know about the zero-gravity device?
Of course not. Kiyomasa never told me anything about how to prepare virus. Despite my multiple greenhouse outings, I never considered that the entire greenhouse could be a zero-gravity drop device. Indeed, the wealth of the Kukuri family knows no bounds.
To think such a ridiculous facility was right by the mansion where we all live. The president was using such a perilous device the whole time. No, originally the breaks would have been less sudden. The zero gravity was solely to refine virus. Applying sudden brakes and destroying everything inside would defeat the purpose. Therefore, it's likely that someone had deliberately made this dangerous brake system. All greenhouse devices are managed via console, so something was altered. It seems the lighting system and Statue's sword were set as triggers.
Impressive, as expected of the great detective. The concept of a zero-gravity device is quite absurd, but for now, this is the best answer. So, what's the truth behind the case?
I can see through you. Whoever you are, minister or not, you're the one who did it, right?
He's saying that, but what do you think, Reishimobe? Just say it and wrap this up. The name of the culprit, the one behind the Kukuri family inheritance case is...
The culprit is... Well, I think you're right, Blaze. It has to be Kiyomasa Kukuri.
What? The chairman is the culprit.
What are you saying? Oh, this is absurd. Blaze, you did a good job with this one. That dead geezer is the culprit?
No way, that's impossible. The series of murders were all traps triggered by something. If we consider it, a trap could be set in advance. So Kiyomasa could have.
And knowing the contents of the will in advance is also very important. There's only one person in this world who meets both of these conditions. That's right, Kiyomasa Kukuri. Kiyomasa was worried that the inheritance would end up with Yoichi and his other sons. I think that's when he decided to test it. To see if anyone was worthy enough to inherit the estate. All three victims died to some kind of trap. Smart wolf, pat, 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 pat. These traps were designed to activate when someone tried to knock off someone else. When someone tried to kill somebody else. Seizo was trying to interfere with the inheritance process. Tsukijiro was trying to murder Mizuno. Yoichi too was trying to murder Mizuno. Anyone who tries to off anyone would lose both the inheritance and their lives. This is the truth behind the Kukuri family inheritance murder case. Hold on, I still can't accept this. Did the chairman really set this up? You have no proof, but I do, his journal. There is evidence. Actually, Kiyomasa has clearly declared his guilt. As the evidence for that... Ooh, here we go. Alright, this is the final part. Solving this mystery will be the final step in the case. Let's think it through. Evidence that all the murders were committed by Kiyomasa Kakuri is in his own declaration. Let's find it. If Kiyomasa left a declaration, it must have been in writing. If it's in writing, the first thing to focus on is Kiyomasa's handwriting. This is the diary Kiyomasa kept. Remember his handwriting well. It's a little blurry, but sure. And then let's search for items with this handwriting. Recall, there's a total of 4 items that each had a particular feature. I can think of them too. The piece of paper, the journal entry, the gun, and the machete. But what order do they go in? Since the declaration is essentially a confession, the order of the items matters. Imagine his preserved message and read it accurately. Oh boy, I don't know what order these go in. Let me look at the case record. Shit, so this is probably the last piece, the machete. Let's put the machete in the last spot. The 4th item that had Kiyomasa's message, because this is like the end of a statement. Okay. Okay. Gun hasn't been used. Ray is engraved on the bottom. Okay. That's might be the first one. No, because it's oh, it's retribution. Yeah, no, I got it. I got it. So this was the gun, the revolver. And then in the diary was try. The words that emerge when everything arranged are... Yeah. Second item was in the notebook. And the third one? The third item was the piece of paper. Fantastic. Got it. From these clues, the conclusion we control is this. I'm sure this was easier even to solve in Japanese than it is in English, but this is still fine. There are 4 pieces. When you put together the 4 pieces of the message, retribution. In other words, what goes around comes around. This notebook belongs to Kiyomasa, and the handwriting matches his. Isn't that right, Miss Mizuno? Yes, there's no mistake. Indeed, this matches the chairman's handwriting on the documents. After all, only the estate's owner could tamper with the system and set up the traps. By deliberately leaving the retribution note, he intended to confess to the crime. If all the traps were triggered and retribution was written, only Mizuno survives. Otherwise, Mizuno would likely be suspected, hence why he left this note. Yes, to ensure that Yori Mizuno's right as legitimate heir would not be lost. That's it.
We've reached noon. If there are no objections as per the will of the deceased, Mizuno will inherit the estate. Does anyone object? No one? Then the inheritance meeting will be adjourned. May the heir, Yuri Mizuno, be forever blessed. With that, we conclude the meeting.
Nice. Got through the third day of the meeting. Yay! Thus, the longest 48 hours ever came to an end. This kind of thing should have been a matter completely unrelated to me. Even so, I don't think I've wasted my time. The quest for truth, I feel like I've learned something about it. Kishiru Inugami. I can't deny that I owe it to him, at least in part. As annoying as he may be.
Hey, thanks for coming all this way. I really wanted to talk to you alone.
I was summoned by Kishiru Inugami after the meeting to the underground laboratory. What could we possibly talk about, just the two of us? Now that the inheritance meeting is over, could it be about the founder's murder case? But this person could be the culprit who killed me. Could it be he wants to kill me to prevent being investigated? But if he wanted to silence me, he would have already done it. What's going on? The angels also haven't appeared in a while. What do I do?
Rei Shimobe.
Yes.
First of all, I must thank you for solving the case.
No, it was something I brought up myself.
By the way, didn't you find it strange?
What do you mean?
As someone who upholds the law, I didn't call the Ministry of Security despite the murders.
No, I don't think it's strange. That's because I, as a detective, volunteered to investigate.
I'm a law enforcer. Don't you think I have an obligation to report to the Security Ministry?
Yeah, that's true. Then why?
Well, the reason is to prevent the case from being solved too quickly.
Huh? You didn't want the case to be solved quickly.
That's right, at the very least, until one of the brothers revealed how to enter the lab. I didn't want the case to be resolved. That's why I didn't call the ministry despite its resources and investigation skills.
In other words, you wanted to find the lab and wanted the murders to continue for that.
If that's how you want to interpret it.
Could it be that you knew these murders would happen before coming here?
Well, kind of, considering the will. And I knew their personalities very well. In fact, I was the one who proposed the idea for that will.
So, did you ask me since you knew I was a detective? As an excuse not to call them?
Indeed, what a super detective, you figured it out.
Hold on, wait a second. This conversation is strange. Indeed, the case has been solved, the murder trap was revealed, and the culprit found. The motive was also clear, and the inheritance was resolved. Everything was settled. Yet, the way he talks is as if the incident solution and conclusion were preordained. Now that I think about it, in the meeting, Kishiru Inugami said something like that.
You act like you've been piecing it all together, but hasn't someone been guiding you? Rei Shimobe, could it be that someone's deceiving you?
That someone was not Mizuno. The one who was guiding me and deceiving me was this asshole right here. So it was actually you, wasn't it?
Let me tell you an old story.
Huh?
It's the story you wanted to hear before.
Oh boy.
It's about why I quit being a private detective.
Oh boy. Alright guys, here we go. Sure.
I mentioned that I was requested by Kiyomasa at that time, didn't I?
Yeah. You said the request was about money stolen from the safe at Kukuri Pharmaceuticals. The suspect was one of the 6 executives of the company, right?
Well, remember, you're an excellent detective. Then I, as an even more skilled detective, successfully identified the culprit. Supposedly.
Supposedly.
The story about the company's money being stolen, it was a lie.
A lie?
The person I apprehended, let's call him Mr. Y for now. Mr. Y confessed to the theft. However, he insisted what he stole wasn't money. He claimed he only stole some documents. He claimed he had proof of wrongdoing and intended to use it to expose the situation. But no one believed what Mr. Y said, given his appearance as a petty crook. I also didn't trust Mr. Y, but believed Kiyomasa. He was strict but sincere. His contributions to our country were also significant. And as promised, the thief was dealt with internally within the organization. Mr. Y was made to resign and that was the end of it. No criminal record attached. You have to take the good with the bad. That's what Kiyomasa said. To achieve greatness, you need your ideals and to accept all kinds of things. As one who aspires to be a just detective, it seemed like too naive of an attitude towards evil. But perhaps I was the naive one.
Why do you think you were being naive? And the money being stolen was a lie?
A few days after the case was solved, Mr. Y was found dead.
Yep.
According to the ministry investigation, he overdosed on drugs and drove himself to suicide. Just before Mr. Y's death, he was seen in a downtown area wielding a knife. He was reported to have been rampaging and spouting nonsense. And finally, he gouged out his own eyes and died.
Woof. Horrific.
To commit suicide by drug overdose breaks many doctrines. No doubt he was a heretic. Indeed, it seemed a fitting end to he who stole company money. I thought this until...
What happened?
A series of bizarre deaths followed, involving people having their eyes gouged out. It was really a sensational case. You probably remember it, right?
Well,
The ministry suspected a connection with a notorious murderer who did something similar. But I didn't think so. Because most of the victims were somehow associated with Kukuri Pharmaceuticals. And among them were the remaining 5 suspects from the thief case I solved. There was no one left who knew about the incident beside Kiyomasa and I. Well then, great detective, what do you see from here?
silencing. To silence him, right?
That's right, no doubt about it. At the time, doubts and anxieties were beginning to well up inside me. A letter arrived for me. The sender was Mr. Y.
Ooh.
It seems that Mr. Y sent me a letter just before he died. At the time, for some reason, I was moving my office location, so delivery was delayed.
What did it say?
The truth about the theft. At that time, Mr. Y had claimed the wrongdoing was true. No, it wasn't just that. Kiyomasa Kukuri was involved in a crime that could have toppled our country. The evidence materials were a secret ledger and manufacturing procedure notes. Those were the actual stolen goods he took.
Well, the crooked accounting is one thing, but what about the manufacturing procedures?
Oh, I forgot to mention, but the drug that led to Mr. Y's suicide
Was virus.
was a prototype of a certain drug that would spread throughout the country. A certain drug called virus.
Virus? The very same virus that was being developed here. A crime that could end the country. Perhaps Mr. Y was trying to expose the illegal manufacture and distribution of virus.
Precisely. As revealed in the meeting, Kiyomasa Kukuri was secretly selling virus to heretics. He amassed a fortune rivaling the national budget. It wasn't his chemical manufacturing or tobacco smuggling that got him rich. It was virus.
So Kishiro Inagami knew about this. The fact that Kiyomasa Kukuri was making virus.
Mr. Y was trying to tell the public. And he failed. No, I stopped him. I still remember his face when I said he was the culprit. I resent myself for immersing in the thrill of mystery solving, playing detective. I want to strangle myself.
Poor guy.
Now you understand why the Kiyomasa didn't report the theft, right? He didn't want the stolen items to be seen. Virus is a matter of national treason. An instant death penalty. Kiyomasa twisted the details and asked me to solve it, all to cover up the truth. Perhaps he wasn't sure who stole it and needed to confirm. He wanted to get back the stolen evidence right away, but couldn't trust the ministry. But killing all 6 suspects? Offing them all at once is too conspicuous and dangerous. If he was gonna kill them, it had to be one by one, but there wasn't time to spare. So it was better to leave it to a novice detective like me. Do you understand?
Someone who seemed likely to identify the culprit quickly, yet not have the influence. Just like how Kishiro Inagami discovered me.
I acted exactly according to Kiyomasa's intentions, and achieved the expected results. Mr. Y was captured, and evidence needed for a trial recovered. Kiyomasa won. You remember when I told you that? You act like you've been piecing it together, but hasn't someone been guiding you? Could it be that someone's deceiving you? That was directed at myself back then. And you have to take the good with the bad? It's wrong. I was the one who took the bad.
Wait, but the evidence reached you, right? Wasn't it collected by Kiyomasa?
Perhaps Mr. Y hid a part of it before he died. For example, by swallowing it.
Swallowing it?
Yeah, Mr. Y, who foresaw his own death, probably placed his last hope for the truth in me.
So the evidence of Kiyomasa's virus crimes indeed reached you, didn't it? Wouldn't it have been better if you made the accusation based on that evidence?
Yeah, I tried to. But I couldn't. No, I became unable to. The curse of silencing reached me as well. A group of heretics driven mad by virus attacked my office. Probably agents of Kiyomasa. My office was destroyed and the evidence was stolen.
Were you alright?
I barely managed to escape. Fleeing's the one thing I'm good at. But there was no guarantee I would remain safe. I'm the only survivor that knows about Kiyomasa's crimes. That's why I decided to quit being a detective in Hidden Darkness.
In darkness? What's...
Yeah, it says you think. By surrendering to darkness, I also made it clear I was on Kiyomasa's side. And I tried to create the impression that I was a fool who wasn't seriously investigating.
So just pretending?
Of course, while I was playing the fool, I planned to secretly keep investigating. As I mentioned, I was looking for answers that couldn't be found from the bright side.
So it was an act. All that until now was a performance.
You know the expression, the mummy hunter becomes the mummy?
Mr. Inagami.
As I've said many times, I don't need to be affirmed, no matter the excuse. Anyway, that's how why I quit being a detective. As a follower of the unlawful, I intended to condemn Kiyomasa from the underground. Eradicating the Kakuri family's drug business, that became my life mission.
Have you managed to find clues since then?
No, the investigation has been endlessly difficult and treacherous. I had no investigatory power, and certain restrictions meant Kiyomasa must never notice. It was really a hopeless situation. Seems that since then, Kiyomasa became even more cautious. Everything was cleverly hidden, and I couldn't even catch a hint of it. It was at that time that the founder came to me.
An invitation to be the Minister of Justice, right?
Looking back, that invitation was a godsend. It would provide me the authority to openly investigate the world's top authority. Even I couldn't take direct action. I could research while investigating other cases. I could also access past case records at the Ministry of Justice headquarters for clues. Moreover, the founder knew my true intentions and even approved this behavior. Even now, I'm grateful to the founder for this.
So, what happened next?
I made considerable progress thanks to my position and started to understand things. Things like the Kakuri family secretly growing tobacco as the raw material for virus.
So you already knew about the tobacco. Why was it left unchecked?
Just catching them for that wouldn't do much. Tobacco is legal, but cultivating it isn't. Unfortunately, I couldn't secure evidence of it being sold to the heretics. Even if we quickly arrested them, it wouldn't amount to much of a crime. Worse, someone could be framed for the crime or it could be covered up. Kiyomasa Kaguri was cunning. I suspected he bribed officers from the ministries. A half-hearted investigation would only allow him to escape, then he would hide it all. It would make it impossible to find the source and the hidden roots of virus. To prevent that, we needed decisive, irrefutable evidence. Like discovering a hidden Kukuri family virus production facility somewhere.
Which is kind of what we did.
Yes, right here. I was looking for this place here. I was determined to find it, no matter what.
But don't tell me that you actually tried to incite these incidents. Oh boy.
And then, finally, the chance presented itself. I was approached by Kiyomasa himself.
Was it consultation about the inheritance?
No, at first it was just minor things like business advice or complaints about his sons. It seems like he was assessing me, wondering if I was still looking into the past case. But after a few meetings, he must have assumed I had apathy. He confided in me that he was dying. I was really shocked by the reality that this man will soon die. I was also disappointed that I wouldn't be able to catch him alive. At the very least, I must bring virus to light. I had to expose the Kukuri family. I knew about Kiyomasa was worried about his sons who would inherit this fortune. The family's downfall was sure. They didn't get along, so dividing the inheritance would surely fail. He didn't want to pass it on to anyone in the company either. They were all just yes men.
Yes, Alex, the stream is still going. I thought we'd be done by now, but we are not.
They were all likely to betray him after his death. He couldn't trust anyone. And then I was so surprised. He repeatedly uttered words of regret. Like, why did it end up like this? He talked about adopting 3 sons as a backup, but making mistakes in raising them.
Have a good night, Alex.
He micromanaged the entire company. As a result, no one could grow. I have nothing. He sounded like he regretted his way of life. Maybe his illness mentally fatigued him. He no longer had that intimidating presence. He also mentioned that the only person he could trust was Mizuno, his daily caretaker.
It was written in his diary as well. It seems like Kiyomasa was truly grateful to Mizuno.
I felt like it was too late. However, Kiyomasa came to me for advice. Is it possible for Mizuno to inherit all my assets? That's when I had an idea. Using this, I came up with a plan to wipe it all out.
So, you suggested that will?
Yeah, I did. And Kiyomasa immediately accepted my idea. It seems that he had hoped that the inheritance might bridge the gap between his sons and Mizuno. But as seen from the prisoner's dilemma, it'd take a miracle for such a situation to arise.
Can I ask you something? Did you know they were gonna die? Did you know the three brothers would die?
Yeah, I knew it was likely. Although, that was only after I found out Seizo was dead. From then on, I realized that I would never get conclusive evidence with them alive. In fact, the results were pretty close to what I predicted. The only thing I didn't expect was your talent in solving the case. It would have been fine if it remained unsolved since I found this place.
So as long as you had evidence of virus, you didn't care about anything else?
Correct. It's no matter for me who dies or who inherits the estate.
That's terrifying. He didn't care if Mizuno was framed or even killed. Did you want to take revenge on Kiyomasa? As in, you couldn't forgive him for using you?
Revenge? Nah, probably not. Well, I did hold a grudge against him for crushing my dreams. That was just me being naive. It's thanks to him I got the chance to get where I am now. But I wouldn't say I'm grateful to him. Simply, there was a mission I had to accomplish. I had to deny the mistakes he had made. Do you think Kiyomasa intended to kill his sons from the beginning? No, that's not the right way to say it. Do you think he thought it was okay to die if one gave in to one's desires?
Well, yes, he did set up such dangerous traps.
Incorrect. The answer is no.
Huh? Why?
In the plan that Kiyomasa and I devised, the traps were supposed to maim, not kill. At worst, they would have ended up inconspicuous or unconscious and then sent to the hospital. As long as I could make them believe they would be killed, that alone would have done it. But the traps that were actually set were entirely different. They were all traps devised by the Reaper.
But why?
Have you heard of what happened the day before Kiyomasa's death? He had been bedridden, but was suddenly able to walk.
Yeah, he was seen walking around the mansion, I heard.
Kiyomasa changed the traps during that time. But the disease may have caused more damage than expected. His body had become so weak he could no longer get up on his own. So in the end, he even used it on himself as a stimulant. Virus.
What virus? So then, that was the special medicine that Domon mentioned.
Without a doubt, it was virus. What would administering virus do? In the case of Mr. Y, after the crime, he took his own life. Then how about Kiyomasa?
Did it lead to the murder of his own sons?
Virus is a very scary drug. An overdose of it transforms us into different people and drives us into a frenzy. That's why we have to completely eradicate virus.
Is virus really such a terrifying drug? But why do the heretics want something like that? It's said to be a ritualistic item for getting closer to God.
You do understand how virus can end the SHUTEN order, right? I decided to make it my life's work to eradicate virus. It's also a way to repay the founder for accepting me.
Kishiro Inagami, are you really the one who killed me? Maybe so, maybe not. The more we talk, the less I understand what kind of person you are. If Inugami's the culprit,
to finish the ritual, you have to take your soul back from the culprit. By killing the murderer.
am I even capable of killing? Oh boy. What else you gotta say to me?
Finally, my favorite wish has been fulfilled. In the end, I couldn't arrest Kiyomasa. He managed to cleverly evade punishment. I lost. He was a horrible man.
Inagami, I understand why you planned something like this, and I get your feelings as well.
Really? Even though I don't understand my own art?
Please don't make fun of me. What I'm saying is, whatever the reason, what you did was incitement to murder. Even if it wasn't your intention.
Is this what they call negligence? Not really caring if someone gets killed and just turning a blind eye? I guess the great detective's next job will be to pursue the instigator.
No, I have another job that needs urgent attention.
That's right, you're investigating the murder of the founder.
I think you need to atone for your sins in some way. It's not for me to judge, but
I know. If the founder were still alive, I would have sought to have him punish me.
really, the founder.
I was thinking of resigning from my position as my position at the Ministry of Justice when this is over. Despite the feeling that he would have forgiven me. But I still want to quit my job, and then... No, since the founder passed away, that became an impossible dream. How can I make up for it? If I were to save the world, would I be forgiven?
Maybe?
I'm just kidding. But if I had the chance, I'd like to give it a try. Try to be a hero. I've always admired that thing called justice. Well then, it was a long story. Thank you very much, Reishimobe, for listening to it all.
But why? Why tell it to me? Indeed, if you hadn't, no one would have ever known.
I wonder why. Maybe I just wanted to get it off my chest.
So, what are you gonna do now?
I have nothing to do, so I was planning to go and die somewhere, but...
Huh? I never know how seriously I should interpret what he is saying.
Meeting you has changed my mind.
Meeting me?
If there are detectives like you, whose future plans are unknown, then life might be worth living.
Are you praising me?
From now on, I want to watch closely as you solve the case. I want to support you. How about it? Would you like to hire me as your assistant? I can be paid after cases are resolved.
I'm sorry. I don't really trust you much, Inugami. You're also a suspect in my murder. Even in that meeting just now, you pretended to be the culprit.
It was you who suspected me, wasn't it? By my calculations, it was the shortest way of getting to the truth. And it was fun, too. Well, enough joking. Shall we head back now? Everyone's probably waiting for us.
Mr. Inugami, you haven't forgotten your promise, have you? That once your request is finished, you would tell me the rest of the founder incident?
Yeah, I haven't forgotten. I'll tell you when we leave. But only if the area off the island is still safe.
What do you mean?
Come on, let's go. If we stay any longer, we'll catch virus. Here's the exit.
Lol. What a terrible pun. 3:22 p.m. 165 remaining until the end of the world. President Mizuno. Despite you being accused at the meeting, you stood your ground with remarkable bravery. That is a great skill. You have an important skill set for the company. Please help us. Oh no, the flies are already buzzing about. How shameful. Look, Dr. Shiratori, don't you agree?
How pathetic, old hag.
Yeah, as if she's got any fucking room to talk. What did you just...
More importantly, Mizuno, what do you plan to do with that greenhouse?
Me? Nothing really.
In that case, how about you leave the management to me? I have some knowledge about drugs, so it wouldn't be too bad if... Are you discussing plans in front of the head of Ministry of Justice? I'm not impressed. By the way, Shiratori, upon returning, you'll be questioned at the Ministry of Justice. The evidence was in the log in the underground laboratory. I still haven't forgotten how you called me a murderer.
That's not...
As for that greenhouse, the Order will take it over. After all, it would be dangerous if Virus falls into the hands of heretics.
You're just saying that. You're going to use it for yourself.
Let's just pretend I didn't hear any of that. After all, I'm in a good mood today. And all of this is thanks to the discovery of an interesting talent named Rei Shimobe. Wow, I have a feeling something exciting's gonna happen.
I just want to confirm one thing. You are really not the culprit in the Kakuri family murder case.
The great detective has already provided you with an answer, hasn't he? Isn't that correct?
Young Master Seizo's body's been brought to the mansion. It may be an unlucky boat, but it's the only way to get to the other side.
Oh, it's okay. I don't mind. A boat needs rowers. Hey, Rei Shimobe, it's your turn. He's gonna make us row after all this?
Asshole. Huh? Me? Someone likes bossing people around.
Did you say something?
No. Or rather, when we get to the other side, please continue with that topic.
Oh yeah, of course. But still, it's wordy. This is your punishment for not trusting me. We'll do the talk tomorrow instead.
Now's not the time for joking around, you know.
I don't really understand, but I'll go ahead and wait on the boat. Well, that's right. Don't you need to bring your friends on the boat?
What?
They are here, right? The two suspicious ones.
He did know. You knew.
Let me give you a word of advice. Don't believe what they say. I'll be waiting, so go say your goodbyes.
The two suspicious ones, he means the angels, right? Don't believe what they say. Himaru, Mikotoru. Why am I trying to get myself back? What for? For the Order? For God? Or just for my own sake? What's wrong? I'm starting to lose track. Mr. Shimobe. Miss Mizuno. The meeting ended without any issue. What can I say? I'm so glad you're alive. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shimobe. If it weren't for you, I would probably have broken down and confessed to a crime I didn't do. I don't think so. Mizuno, you have such willpower. Even after inheriting a fortune, it wouldn't corrupt you. Thank you so much for everything. For someone like me. You're doing it again. Oh. I still can't get rid of the habit. But I feel like I've become a little more positive. As for the inheritance, I haven't really felt the reality of it yet. I hope I can use this money in order to help improve the SHUTEN order, even if it's just a bit. The SHUTEN order. Nothing. You're right. To make the order a little better. Yes! One last thing. Can I hold your hand, Mr. Shimobe? Of course you can hold it as much as you want. Mr. Shimobe, I'll never forget today. And you too. Mizuno? What the fuck? What? Huh? Huh? No, this can't be. Mizuno? Mizuno! No, she just got shot in the middle of the fucking head. What was that? A gunshot?
It's the heretics. Ray Shimobe, run!
Huh? What? Why? Why are the heretics?
Just run. Hurry. You can't die, right?
How did he know? Can't die? What do you mean? Could it be a reincarnation thing? Kishirui Nagami, who is he really?
If we survive, let's meet again.
Jesus! Mizuno, hold on. In the end, you managed to survive, but you were supposed to be happy. Ray, over here! Don't bother with that corpse. Let's get out of here. But I'm sorry, Mizuno. My body. Can't walk anymore. Now what can I do? That's a serious injury. May not be possible to repair it. Then what can we do? There is still plenty of time till the next dawn. It's unavoidable. We should finish it for her. Well, I guess she is useless now, so there's no other way. So I'll see you around. Yes, Ray, you did your best. Although, I guess it wasn't enough. What the fuck? So where are we going? Imuru? Mikatoru? Help! Is one last thing. Can I hold your hand, Mr. Shimobe? Of course you can. Hold it as much as you want. Mr. Shimobe, I'll never forget today. Never forget. Yes, Ray, you did your best. Although, I guess that wasn't enough. Never forget.
Don't believe what they say.
Never forget. Never forget. For what? Oh, wow. 7 a.m., January 2nd. 167 remaining until the end of the world. Ugh. Where am I?
Good morning, Ray! You awake?
Reincarnation went well, as expected of the founder.
So, how about your memory? Do you remember what happened before this?
What happened before this was... After I jumped off the roof... Oh, we're back here! After I jumped off the rooftop, my body was engulfed in flames and I woke up here.
That's right, exactly. The fact you remember means your memories are properly carried over.
That's how reincarnation works. It's the power of God, granted only to you as his chosen one. But the memories before that are still unclear. I don't remember anything about being the founder or anything else.
That's how it goes. Nothing's been resolved yet, and you're still in a temporary body.
Unless you clear God's trial, your resurrection will not be achieved. Of course, you remember about God's trial, don't you? Yeah. The ritual to make my murderer confess their crimes.
That's right. If the culprit's confession reaches God, your memories and body will be restored, right? And you'll be resurrected back to normal.
Wait, didn't you say there's one more thing to do? About a soul or something? Yeah, you remembered well. To finish the ritual, you'll have to take your soul back from the culprit. Take back my soul? How? By killing the murderer. It's actually the most important part of the whole thing. The confession is only part of the rite. Prepare to identify who must be killed. Why do I have to kill them? I mean, what does killing the culprit have to do with taking back my soul? To explain that, I'll need to tell you about the Order's sacrificial rituals. Sacrifice? The SHUTEN Order seems crazier by the day. Was I really its founder? It's a long story, so I'll tell you another time. For now, it's enough if you get the order. To die means to transfer your soul. To die is to transfer my soul? Natural death returns the soul to the world. You were killed, so it was taken. Obviously, you can't really revive without it. Still, killing someone... You mean you can't do it, even though they killed you first? Let me also add that not everyone who gets murdered can take God's trial. Only a chosen few, granted a reprieve from death by God, can attempt it. I'm chosen. Correct. Also, in that sense, you're required to see it through. But having to kill someone to come back to life sounds extreme. This ritual is nuts. Or is there something wrong with me because I can't comprehend it? It's not important. Don't worry about that right now. The debate can wait to kill them until... Whether to kill them can wait till after we've identified who they are. You don't have any objections about finding them, do you? I was hoping that we'd see some inkling that she remembers. But I don't think we're going to. So I'm going to get us to right before our selection, and then we're going to end stream. Well... Ritual won't start unless you find them. If you don't carry out, your temporary body will be reduced to ashes. You'll cease to exist and experience true death. The deadline is dawn on January 5th. There are only 3 days left. Just 3 days.
Don't worry, as long as you're with us, you won't have to face real death. No way.
Look, getting back to your murder, it's highly likely that they're one of the top 5 ministers of the SHUTEN Order. Considering the time left, investigating each minister is an impossible task. What are we gonna do? Alright, this is where I'm gonna end it at. Okay. Select route. We've gotten through 1. Honestly, we've done good. It's good progress. 3 streams through 1 route. Like I said before, I do know that which routes I'm looking to do next month. because they're the two spooky roots, kind of. And it just kind of feels right. Yeah. Did the thing. Let's see, where are we going? Do 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 new 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 new. Do 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 new 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 new. Your award. No, what are you doing, Hibari? You scare me. I think we'll just go here. We got viewers on Twitch. Oh, with a stretch. You're silly. You scare me sometimes. I shall stretch as soon as I end the stream. Let's see if we can find a raid to go on Twitch. There's a good few of you, so it's not, you know. Honestly, I don't see anything that's really great on Twitch. We could just, I guess, go here. Somebody we've rated before is doing Hades. So that the new Hades game. So that'll work out. As for us on YouTube, for those of us on YouTube, we're gonna go see Larry. That's all for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed. I'm a little tired after all that, so went longer than I expected to. But until next time, bye!